君はね確かにあの時私のそばにいたいつだっていつだっていつだってすぐ横で笑っていたなくしても取り戻す君を I will never leave you.
It's finally here. This is the entirety of Persona 3 Every Day. Welcome to Persona 3 Every Day. All in one video. It's a little long. I don't expect you to watch it in one sitting. I really hope you don't. But if you do, if you want to go to sleep and listen to this video, I don't care. I do it all the time with videos I like. I really want to thank you guys. I say it a lot throughout this video, but this past year has been crazy. The fact that something I just kind of poofed into existence while driving around at work one day and it now turned into this is beyond me. So I'm really stunned at the amount of support I've gotten. I really hope you all are looking forward to the next series that I'm doing. Thank you guys, really, truly. I hate when YouTubers thank you guys incessantly, but now I kind of understand why they do it. It really has changed my life this past year. So, without further ado, enjoy.
And I'm the ace.
Welcome to Persona Every Day. Today's April 7th. Let's get going. I picked the hardest difficulty and the game lets me know it's only for the most advanced of gamers. I figure I'll be alright and make my way to my new school. After reaching my dorm, I come across a demon child who I make a deal with. He tells me I can have all the likes and subscribers I want if I just sign that book. After almost getting kept by Yukari, she shows me to my room, where I promptly sleep, as it's after midnight, and I have school in the morning. She comes to wake me up in the morning, but I ignore her and tell her to shove off. After making my way to school and discovering I have camera controls, I get jump scared by none other than Vic Mignogna.
Sup, dude?
After a short Persona 2 reference, the girls decide to reference Persona 5 by telling me to go to sleep.
This isn't a game, Akihiko.
Welcome to Persona Every Day. Today's April 8th. Let's get going. We start the day off by listening to some tea get spilled about the weird girl. During class, Junpei gets asked a question and wasn't listening, so I give him the wrong answer to get him in trouble. I meet Shuji Ikutsuki, whose name is hard to pronounce apparently. He tries to play Mr. Therapist with me, but I just want to go back to my room. I watch a dude confront his mortality, and then turn into goop. I get an extra hour of sleep thanks to the green clock, and we meet Igor.
Till we meet again.
Welcome to Persona Every Day. Today's April 9th, and it's a busy one. The day starts off pretty normal, but really picks up when Akihiko-senpai learns he can't solo queue. Yukari wakes me up and wants me to go out the back, but hands me a sword for protection. We eventually make our way to the roof, and get cornered by Bertolt. But Yukari's a pussy and can't end herself. I, however, am based in Chadpilled, so I pick up the gun, put it to my head, and
Persona.
I pass out. Igor calls me a bitch and says I have no friends, and that's the end of the day. Ugh, what happened? Seems I've been in a coma. Welcome back to Persona Every Day. I guess today's April 17th? Jeez. Yukari starts the day off by saying she's an orphan like me, and then proceeds to trauma dump on me. I figure since not much important happens today, I should set some things straight. This is my first time playing Persona 3, so I'd appreciate it if there were no spoilers in the comments. Helpful suggestions are appreciated, however. Stuff like what I can do to increase my social stats or what I should focus on outside of Tartarus. I know that combat can be a little rough in the early game, and that the next few days are going to be slow, but I hope you all are ready to watch me eat dirt as I make my way up Tartarus. I'll let Yukari play us out.
Bye!
Welcome to Persona Every Day. Today's April 18th. Let's get going. I'm up and moving today, and Yukari tells me Yakutsuki-san wants to talk to me after school. Junpei isn't listening, and again I give him the wrong answer. There's no way they had elevated houses in the Jomon period, you dork. Ikutsuki formally introduces me to the local adrenaline junkie and protein patron, Akihiko-senpai. They proceed to hand me, the suicidal kid that just crawled out of a coma, a gun! I also form a bond with Cease.
Hi, how are you?
Welcome to Persona Every Day. Today's April 19th. Let's get going. Another short one today since it's Sunday and there's no school. Junpei shows up and moves into Iwatadai.
What's up?
Apparently he has the potential to use a persona as well. Yukari hits us with the classic,
For real?
and Junpei says it's normal to have amnesia. Akihiko-senpai says we might just be able to climb Tartarus and actually play the game. I know there's a ton of floors to climb, but...
Tartarus? What's that? Sounds like toothpaste.
Anyway, apparently tomorrow's the big day, so see you later. Welcome to Persona Every Day. Today's April 20th. Let's get going. Mami Mitsuru comes to class and tells us to go to the lounge after school, and Yukari seems a bit jealous. When we make our way to the lounge, Ikutsuki tells us that we're going to be exploring Tartarus tonight, and that since Akihiko-senpai is still injured from the other day, he won't be helping. Junpei, with literally zero experience, says that he's got this. Ikutsuki lets it be known that he can't summon a persona, and we head to the school. Inside, I get appointed a leader of the team by Akihiko-senpai,
For real?
and we finally get to shin that Megami Tensei. The first fight goes pretty well, considering that the enemies on this floor are weak to Orpheus's fire. I clear the floor and pick up Pixie to end the day. Welcome to Persona Every Day. Today's April 21st. Let's get going. I meet Kenji, who seems to imply that Yukari is a trad wife. In class, Miss Totoyumi recites haiku, and my brain gets a little bit bigger. After class, I use the restroom, become great, and spend some time getting accustomed to the school grounds. I visit all the clubs, and find out I'm too dumb to join home ec. After watching swim practice like a creep, I head to Polonio Mall with Junpei. Akihiko introduces us to the cop who sells teenagers weapons, and I pick up a new sword and shoes. I sing some karaoke by myself until it gets dark, chug some coffee, and then hit the hay after some studying. Welcome to Persona Every Day. Today's April 22nd. Let's get going. I start the day with some light bullying from Kenji, who asked me out for ramen after school. Unfortunately, he won't acknowledge my feelings, and only talks about Yukari. I form a bond with him over the noodles. When I get back to the dorm, Mitsuru tells me I'm too tired to explore Tartarus, but I slap her and make her bring us there. Having never played P3 before, I was immediately interested in the split-up mechanic, as I figured it would help climb faster. This was a mistake, as I get jumped and beaten like Janae Palmer in an elevator. I reload and get in a little bit of grinding, but not before encountering magic hands and getting deleted like my YouTube account after that last joke. Mitsuru warns us about the floor, and for once I agree. I grind and get Apsaris, which allows me to use Cadenza, a stellar healing move. Welcome to Persona Every Day. Today's April 23rd. Let's get going. I head to and join the Kendo Club, as I figure in-universe logic would dictate it makes my attack stronger. It definitely had nothing to do with the cute girl. Not at all. God, she's adorable. Kazushi's cool. I form a bond with the Kendo Club and head to the dorm. Mitsuru tells me that Yukari is exhausted from yesterday, like a little baby. So I head to game panic and I hit the punching bag. I get some studying in, and end the day. It's a pretty short one, all things considered. God, I can't wait to date Yuko. Welcome to Persona Every Day. Today's April 24th. Let's get going. At lunchtime, I get jumped by Kenji, who basically forces me on another date with him. He leaves, and Kazushi offers to go on a run. After class, I take Kenji up on his offer, and he drags me to ramen again. He won't shut up about Yukari and how she's not his type. He even asked me about what my type is. I just wanted to shut up so I can enjoy my noodles, and thankfully, he ditches me to go watch TV. I decide to head to Polonia, I sell some unnecessary things, have a cup of coffee, and then hurry off to bed. Another short one today. Welcome to Persona Every Day. Today's April 25th. Let's get going. On my way to school, I hear that the bookstore opens today. After school, I do a little exploring and come across a weak cat. I remember that the shop sells cat food, so I buy some, but I guess I can't feed it? Anyway, I talk to the old couple at the bookstore, who bring up a tree that's at school, which I promptly grab a leaf from. I give it to them and form a bond. I tell Mitsuru to take us to Tartarus for our run back, and quickly get my head shoved in dirt. Yukari finds out the birds are weak to gun though, and with an AOA we win, and quickly leave after grinding some floors. Welcome to Persona Every Day. Today's April 26th. Let's get going. There's no school today. I go to buy a soda from the vending machine in the dorm, but it turns out I only have 96 cents. So I head to Polonia to sell some loot for my Tartarus trips. I make about 60 bucks and run into Yukari at the mall. Instead of spending all that hard-earned money on a soda, I go buy a spirit ring, an accessory that increases my SP. One of my commenters, Funami2006, said I should focus courage first for my social stats, so I go sing some karaoke by myself. Yukari's still tired from our Tartarus trip last night, so back to the karaoke hall I go. Before bed, I get some studying in, and I get a tad bit smarter. Welcome to Persona Every Day. Today's April 27th. Let's get going. We sit through another morning assembly today. Afterwards, Mommy Mitsuru says she has a special request for me, and that she'll tell me more after class. During class, I get asked how old numbers are, and I guess 10,000 years. But how was I supposed to know numbers are over 6,000 years old? After class, Mitsuru-senpai asked me to join student council, which I gladly accept, as this is just like my favorite animes. After signing papers at the faculty office, I make my way to the council room and introduce myself. Hidetoshi and Chihiro seem super nice, and I form a bond with them. After that, you know what time it is, karaoke time. I also go to bed early when I get home, but that doesn't really matter. Welcome to Persona Every Day. Today's April 28th. Let's get going. Mitsuru lets me know about forced explorations of Tartarus, which is very helpful to know. During lunch, Kenji asked me on another ramen date, but I turned him down in favor of going to kendo practice. After practice, Kazushi declares us rivals, and on my way home I bump into Yuko, who I invite to walk home with me. She turns me down, sending me into a deep, depressive spiral that I fear I'll never climb out of. Thankfully, Mitsuru lets me know the internet will be fixed tomorrow, and Junpei sees how down I am, and tells me I should try playing Persona 2. I go to the karaoke bar to drown out my sorrows and noise, and then hit the hay. Welcome to Persona Every Day. Today's April 29th. Let's get going. Thankfully, there's no school today. In my depressed state from yesterday, I decided to stay inside and play video games to get my mind off things. I meet a girl in game who lets me know that no one plays Persona 2 anymore. She gets cheeky and says we should call ourselves Tatsuya and Maya, like Captain America. I understood that reference. I form a bond with the internet, and then log off for the night. Welcome to Persona Every Day. Today's April 30th. Let's get going. After a long day of gaming, it's good to get up and moving, and that's exactly what I do when Kazushi asks me to go for a jog. I promise to meet him at practice, and during class, I get a lesson on the Sengoku period. I'm partial to the Meiji period myself. At practice, Kazushi collapses. We take him to the infirmary, where he says it was just due to asthma. When the captain leaves, he tells me it was all a lie, and that his knee's been bugging him since our first practice. I promise to keep it a secret and head home, but not before running into Yuko. She actually wants to head somewhere with me. We end up on a coffee date, and Yuko even compliments me. We form a bond, and I go back to the dorm. My phone rings, and it's Elizabeth, calling to let me know that she's lonely in the Velvet Room. She says she has some requests for me, but I ditch her in favor of going to karaoke. Welcome to Persona Every Day. Today's May 1st. Let's get going. It's finally May. Junpei lets me know that Akihiko's in the hospital and asks him to bring him something. Yukari says he had nothing better to do, and suddenly it's a group trip. We get there and there's a weird dude in the chair. When Akihiko walks in, he leaves, so he must be super afraid of him. Yukari asks him why he likes boxing, and Akihiko,
It's like a game, only I'm competing against myself.
hits us with the coolest quote ever. Afterwards, we head to Tartarus to get some grinding in. After climbing some floors, Yukari gets KO'd due to me not managing health properly. The enemy also gets advantage after I attack it from the front, which cost me a progress, but whatever, it's fine. After regrinding through Tartarus, I snag Angel, or so I thought. Junpei gets shit on by a beetle, I get reacquainted with Angel, and make it to floor 10 before calling it quits. Welcome to Persona Every Day. Today's May 2nd. Let's get going. After class, I hit the John and decide to go on a date with Elizabeth. The date starts off with her dumping 1,000,000 yen into the fountain, complaining about the club being closed, dancing anyway, then asking me what I do in my spare time. I'm honest and tell her I usually go to karaoke, but she gets distracted by another fountain. We go karaoke, and I learned that dates with Liz don't cost time. I hit the arcade before heading home. At the dorm, Yukari gives me some pine resin, which I immediately hand over to Liz. She cracks some weird joke about soybean powder that I don't understand, and sets me free to go get some coffee. With all that caffeine in my system, I end the night with a study session.
Hi, how have you been?
Welcome to Persona Every Day. Today's May 3rd. Let's get going. Today's the start of Golden Week.
So, you know what time it is? Golden time!
I start the day off with some home shopping, and Tanaka says if I buy the Slash Ward, all my friends will love me. Unfortunately, I'm broke. In my depressed, broke-ass state, I decide to play some video games and meet up with Maya in the Lunavera hospital. She cracks a subtle joke about grinding, but ditches me to go shopping. Damn, 2 broke jokes in one day? Welcome to Persona Every Day. Today's May 4th, let's get going. It's still Golden Week. After doing some exploring, I pray at the shrine, as I get hit with choice paralysis. My Agilao gems turn into a bead chain, which is a nice plus. I hit the bathroom before telling Mitsuru to take us to Tartarus. My goal is to get to the top of Thebel today, and the first thing in my way are these big-ass hands. These hands actually got hands, and I learned I have to play healer, as these hands have Tentarufu, a move that can confuse my whole party, and I'm the only one with Patra. I died to 2 Agis, 2 Zeos, 2 Agis, Magaru only once, which is really surprising considering it's the first time we've encountered a full party hitting move, and a one-shot Zeo, before I discover the hands are weak to bash. After throwing a little tantrum with Orpheus, we finally beat the hands and can continue up Tartarus. We get to floor 14, the next roadblock, and I go back to save, but Yukari's exhausted, so we call it a day. Welcome to Persona Every Day. Today's May 5th, let's get going. It's the last day of Golden Week, and I decided to spend it inside gaming with Maya. Since both Yukari and I are exhausted from last night, it works out just fine. While playing, Maya reveals that she's drunk and depressed. Aren't we all, Maya? Aren't we all? There really is nothing better than a nice, relaxing day of gaming after shitting at Megami Tensei. Welcome to Persona Every Day. Today's May 6th. Let's get going. I get called on in class and get asked the difference between hard water and soft water. I didn't even know soft water existed. After class, I run into Yuko, who wants to go do something since there's no practice. We end up getting burgers, and Yuko and I gossip about her getting bad grades. She hints that she might be suffering from apathy syndrome, but it might also just be the fact that she's a teenager. The game offers me the most low-key, disrespectful diss of all time, and I just can't resist. Maybe this is why I can't get a girlfriend. The game even tells me she likes me as a friend. We go to Tartarus tonight, and we fight Rampage Drive. Thanks to Cadenza boosting my evasion, the boss misses multiple times, allowing for me to clear it with a few all-out attacks. Thank you, Shin Megami Tensei. Nocturne. We get to the top of Thebel and call it a night. Welcome to Persona Every Day. Today's May 7th. Let's get going. I haven't hung out with Kenji in a while, and after talking to him for 5 seconds, I remember why. He dragged me to ramen again. He tells me he's sick of the monotony of life, and has decided to get a girlfriend to fix that. He proceeds to do his best Persona 5 fanboy impression and tells me he wants to date his teacher. I leave and sell some of the stuff I got at Tartarus, and then go use the photo booth at Game Panic by myself. When I get back home, Kenji calls me and asks me on a date. I humor him and say yeah before heading to bed. Welcome to Persona Every Day. Today's May 8th. Let's get going. Kenji comes up to me at lunch, and he seems nervous about his quote-unquote plan. He asked me to talk to him after school, but I almost completely forgot that I have student council. I head to the council room after class. Hidetoshi asks me about getting rid of uniforms, and I say it probably won't happen. He proceeds to villain monologue at me about rules and regulations. I attempt to get into Mandragora, but it seems they get busy on the weekends. I get some coffee and study instead. I have become average. Welcome to Persona Every Day. Today's May 9th, our first full moon. We come across a train that's frozen in place on the tracks, and our archer decides to go first.
Don't look up.
After getting on the train, Yukari realizes this was most likely a trap just as the door is shut on us. A shadow appears and attempts to lead us to the front of the train, but I see this for the trap it is and decide to... Wait, where's Junpei going? After saving Junpei from himself, the train starts to move and we get ambushed. Like a majority of my deaths, I die to a crit one more combo. After re-slogging through the day because you can't save on full moon days for whatever reason, we actually win the fight with an AoA. This sexy boss knocks out Yukari and almost kills me, so for safety I waste a bead chain. Luckily, Junpei connects with the crit, which allows me to use a Balm of Life to revive Yukari so she gets some experience points. Junpei finishes the boss, and that's the first challenge done. Welcome to Persona Everyday. Today's May 10th. Let's get going. My phone rings, and it's Elizabeth calling to tell me that we can go higher in Tartarus. I don't even want to think about Tartarus right now, considering I've got plans with Kenji today. Ugh. Speaking of Kenji, he tells me he's devised a plan to get Kano-sensei to date him by reading a manga. In true Gunnar Coombrain fashion, he tells me how he plans to use the classic "teacher, I need help" method. I humor him, if only to get this conversation to end quicker, and head to Polonia. The pharmacy clerk tells me there's some new items in stock, but I save my money and sell some stuff before hitting up karaoke, and ultimately going to bed, since I don't feel too well today. Welcome to Persona Everyday. Today's May 11th. Let's get going. Ekoda-sensei lets us know that exams start next week, and clubs aren't running, so because of that I take a piss and ponder my options before heading to Polonia. Elizabeth lets me know I have access to the compendium to resummon personas. I fuse Lilith, and find out I'm too broke to resummon Orpheus. Great. After a quick shopping trip, I visit the old couple. Bunkichi offers me some melon bread, which I politely accept, but he tries to offer me more, so I decline. He gets mad at me and then his son for not being there. Then he remembers his son's fucking dead. I say goodbye before things get too awkward. At the dorm, Mitsuru tells me the equipment's malfunctioning, and it turns out the security cameras are turning on randomly.
Don't care for seafood? They also serve ground beef.
Ikutsuki jumps 50 points in my favorite character poll. I hit up karaoke, become ordinary, and study before bed. Welcome to Persona Everyday. Today's May 12th. Let's get going. I run into a girl who's admiring someone from afar. This someone turns out to be GigaChad, king of the alphabet. On the complete opposite side of the spectrum, I run into Kenji on my way home. He tells me I can study in the library. I run into Mitsuru, who also mentions the library. Where is this goddamn... Oh. I study at the library. When I get back to the dorm, Yukari leaves, saying she's going to study for exams. I head to Chagall and grab a cup of joe before my next study session. Speaking of exams, you all should leave questions in the comments for our upcoming exam Q&A. I'm taking any and all questions, and you may be featured in a video. Welcome to Persona Everyday. Today's May 13th. Let's get going. I get called on in class and asked how fast the world spins. I don't know British measurements, so I guess and happen to be correct. Correct answer brings my charm up to unpolished. I study in the library, and when I get back, Junpei seems antsy to explore Tartarus, so off we go. I try exploring the new block, Arca, and encounter these twin lions. I quickly get curb stomped, so I rethink my tactics, and decide to just go floor by floor and grind out some money and Persona experience. After another death, I run into a wealth hand. Having prior experience with rare enemies in Persona 4, I guarantee the KO with a Megiddo gem. I decide to fuse what is most likely my favorite Persona in the series to end the day. Remember, leave questions in the comments for the upcoming exam Q&A. Welcome to Persona Everyday. Today's May 14th. Let's get going. A few of my commenters have mentioned going to Edogawa-sensei if I was sick or tired, so I decided to do that. He feeds me a weird concoction of 11 herbs and spices, and unfortunately it doesn't work. It raises my courage though, which is well appreciated. I study in the library, but I can't seem to concentrate. At the dorm, I steal Junpei's Shin Megami Tensei reference, a comp station portable. I immediately hand it over to Elizabeth, who is intrigued, but ultimately refuses. Good idea. After a quick trip to the shop, I get some coffee, thinking it might help with the tiredness, but the game still tells me I'm exhausted. I study anyway in blatant disrespect for my health. Welcome to Persona Everyday. Today's May 15th. Let's get going. Mami Mitsuru asks me if I'm prepared for exams. I answer modestly, and she says that she'll have a reward for me if I do well. I get called on in class and asked what the word pan means in English. I know enough Spanish to deduce that pan is bread. But did you know pan means bread in Portuguese and Japanese as well? I see Edagawa again, and again he's no help for my cold. Like, yeah, cool, it's free courage points, but come on. I try to study in the library, but can't concentrate. I end up getting some coffee and heading to bed early to try and get better. Hopefully I'm over this cold by tomorrow. Welcome to Persona Everyday. Today's May 16th. Let's get going. Akihiko-senpai lets me know that he'll be back at full health after exams are up, which is good to know. I'll have a full party going into Tartarus. In math class, the teacher triggers my meganumerophobia by spouting several very large numbers. He also apparently sucks at math. Thankfully, I managed to stay awake. I take a piss and become great for the first time in a while. I study in the library for one last cram session.
Welcome back.
Mitsuru asks me if I want to go to Tartarus, which is a first. She blueballs me though, and says we should be studying for exams. I take her advice and go to Game Panic and play the quiz game. Then study to end the night. Welcome to Persona Everyday. Today's May 17th. Let's get going. Not much to talk about today, as I'm taking the last day before exams to laze about and play some video games since there's no school today. No new developments with Maya either, so it's a very short day. Tomorrow begins the Q&A, so I hope everyone got their questions in. If not, today's the last day. Welcome to Persona Everyday. Today's May 18th, and it's the first day of midterms. On midterms, I've decided to do a question and answer segment, with questions from you, the viewer. Our first question comes from Agis Sakthevel, who asks if I plan to continue the series with Persona 4 Golden and 5 Royal. In all honesty, that was the initial plan, but I'm a little afraid of burning out on content creation. It really depends on where I'm at when Persona 3 ends. Our next question comes from a good friend of the channel, Photos by Jubreel. He asks what my favorite and least favorite part of Persona 3 is so far. Hot take, but my favorite part so far is Tartarus. I love the idea of the dungeon being a main part of the game the entire time, and not changing or being forced in the last act like some others. It's refreshing compared to them. My least favorite part though? Probably Kenji. The social links in 3 also feel like they're harder to find and do, but that's understandable from a game design perspective. Welcome to Persona Everyday. Today's May 19th. Let's get going. Our next question comes from Funami2006. They wanted to ask what my favorite Persona was, but it's Jack Frost. Then they asked what my favorite Arcana is instead. In terms of combat, it's probably the Tower. Mara, Seth, and Yoshitsune are some of the strongest Personas in the series. It's always fun to unlock them. Social link-wise, I tend towards the Priestess. I did pick Makoto and Yukiko in their respective games, so I'm excited to find out who the Priestess is here. Welcome to Persona Everyday. Today's May 20th. Let's get going. This question comes from Agis Sakthevel again. They ask if I'm enjoying the dungeon crawling in P3. I think my favorite aspect of the dungeon crawling is the split-up mechanic. Letting you tell your party members to go grind as you collect treasure is actually really cool, and I know it's going to bite me in the ass later. I can see how Tartarus could get boring, but if I can do base P5 mementos in one sitting, I'm sure I'll be fine. Welcome to Persona Everyday. Today's May 21st. Let's get going. Today's question comes from Photos by Jubreel. He asks what my thoughts are on the soundtrack. What's funny about this is I've been listening to the Persona 3 soundtrack longer than I've actually been playing Persona 3. I think my favorite song out of all the P3 content is Deep Breath Reincarnation, which I feel fits the overall vibe of Persona 3. The chill vibe with Lotus Juice's lyrics really meshes well. Overall, I enjoy P5's soundtrack a bit more, but P3 definitely beats P4 for me at least. Welcome to Persona Everyday. Today's May 22nd. Let's get going. We'll close out our Q&A session with a question from my good friend Lazarus Rocks. He asks what other games I'm currently playing through. Besides Persona 3, right now I've been barreling through The Legend of Zelda Tears of the Kingdom, probably like many of the people watching this video. I'm trying to stay spoiler free, so please refrain in the comments. I'm also open to suggestions for anything to post as a more long form video. I've got a few ideas in mind, but I'm hyper focused on P3 at the moment. Welcome to Persona Everyday. Today's May 23rd. Let's get going. Akihiko-senpai says that he should be fully healed starting tomorrow. He wants me to stay the leader when he comes back. I'm honored, and close out exams. I celebrate the end of said exams with Yuko. She asks if I think she's fat, and I respond honestly and say I don't care if she eats a lot. She gets mad, but I compliment her, and she flirts back, so it's all good. She ends the not date by resolving to exercise more, and the game reminds me I'm in the friend zone. At the dorm, Akihiko tells us that we found a new Persona user, Fuka Yamagishi. Apparently she gets sick often. And apparently Vic Mignogna had a hand in writing his lines.
Come on! I'm a guy! What'd you expect?
Since I'm too broke to play the quiz game, I get some coffee. Kazushi calls and asks to hang out tomorrow, which I accept, before getting some studying in to end the night. Welcome to Persona Everyday. Today's May 24th. Let's get going. I hang with Kazushi since we made plans last night. He jokes about his knee and subtly hints that I might be getting fat. Then we raid Tartarus. The goal of this exploration is money, as I am broke and I've wanted to stretch my legs since exams are over. After equipping everyone, I snag Apsaras back so I can have Cadenza and make my way to Arca, the second block of Tartarus. While in Arca, I try out a new grinding strategy. I send the rest of the team after a shadow and join the fight partway in hopes that I get free experience without any risk of death. This goes very well until Yukari decides not to down every shadow, and I proceed to get one shot. Having now wasted half an hour, I decide instead to go floor by floor to grind out money. And I come across Aramitama, a neat chariot persona. I pitch Alp for it, so I have better interactions with Kazushi. I reach the top of Thebel and canonically open Arca before calling it quits. Welcome to Persona Everyday. Today's May 25th. Let's get going. Exam results are posted today. I checked them and make sure I did as well as I hoped. Miss Toriumi goes over the test with us, making fun of us for not knowing basic things, and then says that no one gets bullied here, a statement I'm sure will not age like milk in the coming weeks. After class, I head to student council, and Hidetoshi gets into an argument with another member. The other student accuses Hidetoshi of acting as president in Mitsuru's place. And Chihiro decides to go snitch on him. I shrug my shoulders, head back to the dorm, take a leak, and head to the mall. I sell some stuff and karaoke before heading to bed. Welcome to Persona Everyday. Today's May 26th. Let's get going. At lunch, Kazushi seems shifty, but instead of going to practice, I decided to get Kenji over with as fast as possible, let's be honest. He tells me about the Gourmet King, and then says he has something to say to me, and brings me to the courtyard. Is he gonna confess to me? No, he's confessing to Kano-sensei. After a bit, he comes back and says it all went well. I think he's just stupid enough to need remedial lessons, but whatever. I head back to the dorm and talk to Mitsuru, who gives me a fencing epee when I ask for a triangular sword. I immediately hand this epee to Elizabeth. She explains why she wears blue. I get some coffee and study before bed. Welcome to Persona Everyday. Today's May 27th. Let's get going. Yuko and I hang out after class and get some takoyaki. For someone resolved to eat less, we seem to be hanging out in food places pretty often. Am I actually getting fat? Anyway, I karaoke before heading to bed. Another slow, chill, relaxing day. Welcome to Persona Every Day. Today's May 28th. Let's get going. At lunch, Kenji comes up all smiley, and it pisses me off a little bit. During class, Edogawa teaches us about magic, which was not what I was expecting from a high school education. I decide to see what's got this idiot gritting. Kenji's talking like he's actually dating Kano-sensei, which is shocking. He still thinks I'm dating Yukari, which is weird to say the least. I get some coffee, become confident, and study before bed. Welcome to Persona Every Day. Today's May 29th. Let's get going. Edogawa is still teaching us about magic today, and today's lesson is a pretty interesting one about meditation. Everyone should take about 15 minutes a day to meditate. At lunch, Hidetoshi does his good villain impression. In the courtyard, however, Yukari overhears two Gyarus talking about how they're bullying someone. Seems Toyumi owes us an apology. I flip a coin to decide if Akihiko or I get a new weapon, and it lands tails, so I get a saber. I take Edogawa's advice and meditate at the shrine before heading to Tartarus. I do some exploring of Arca, and level up. I encounter these Macho Man ripoffs who do a buttload of experience, and level up 2 more times to bring me to level 12. I get to 425 and call it for the day because everyone is tired. Welcome to Persona Every Day. Today's May 30th. Let's get going. Some rumors going around the school, but I'm uninterested, if not for
Junpei Iori, ace detective.
After class, Yuko and I go to leave, but she stops for a second. Apparently, someone's been putting gum in her locker. Toryumi now owes Yuko an apology. We stop at the mall on our way home and run into some girls who call me Yuko's boyfriend. Finally, some recognition. Until Yuko flat out denies it. But she does look ultra cool at calling out her bullies to their faces. The girls leave and Yuko tells me why they're bullying her. Apparently Yuko's ex was cheating on her with her. I tell her I'd be honored to be her boyfriend, and she blushes and flirts back. She goes home, and I decide to sell some things before playing the quiz game and failing, to study. Welcome to Persona Every Day. Today's May 31st. Let's get going. It's Sunday, which means today, Tanaka's Amazing Commodities is selling sandals with those raised bumps in them, which are supposedly for your health. I'm a sucker and buy in. The rest of the day, I sit around and play video games. So, normal. Welcome to Persona Every Day. Today's June 1st. Let's get going. Kazushi seems a little off today, so I head to practice in hopes of snapping him out of his funk. I don't see him at practice though, so I decide to head home and run into him at the gate. He also tells me he went to the hospital today at his mom's insistence. He runs off and I head back to the dorm. At the dorm, we gather around the table and listen to Junpei tell ghost stories.
Good evening. Welcome to Junpei's Believe It or Don't.
He tells some weird story about the girl who collapsed the other day. I don't know, I kinda zoned out when he started trying to scare Yukari. Akihiko manages to get a chuckle out of me.
Just make sure you sleep with one eye open.
And I head off to Mandragora before heading to bed. I have this weird nightmare about the coming full moon, but I'm sure I'll be fine. Welcome to Persona Every Day. Today's June 2nd. Let's get going. In class, we listened to some surprisingly hilarious ghost stories. After hanging with Kenji, Junpei asks to go to Tartarus, and I figure now is as good a time as any to get to the next roadblock. We start the fight with the tables, and it's a tricky one, as they're weak to ice, but use fire attacks. I abuse the press turn mechanic and keep them stun locked for basically the whole fight with just Jack Frost and Bufu. On the way to the next boss, I encounter a treasure hand and demolish it for free money. Let's just ignore the fact that this wasn't my first treasure hand that I've encountered. I figure since no one is tired, I should at least attempt the next boss, and it wipes us turn 1 with Magarula. I do some looking through the compendium, and I make Chimera for the endurance instead of anything that resists wind, because I want Pyrojack. After landing an insane amount of crits, I mean, look at how many crits I landed, we win the fight, and make our way to the dead end and call it. Welcome to Persona Every Day. Today's June 3rd. Let's get going. Yuko comes up to me at lunch and asks if I'm available, and yes, Yuko, I'm available. He tells me about a drunkard monk that hangs out at Club Escapade, so I have something to do this week besides the coming full moon. Yuko is short and has a hard time keeping up, so I put the motherfucking moves on her and hold her hand. She blushes and says we aren't dating yet. The little kid runs into her and complains about the 6th graders who are using the playground and won't leave unless they lose the race. Yuko decides to sneak the kids into the high school field for some running practice, and then teaches a kid how to zoom. Afterwards, I head to the mall and sell some stuff again, and then play the quiz game and head home. My package came from Tanaka, and Kazushi calls and wants to make plans for Sunday. I study before heading to bed. Welcome to Persona Every Day. Today's June 4th. Let's get going. At lunch, Kenji walks up to me, but I honestly don't have the energy for this today. Kaz comes up too, so I guess I'm heading to kendo practice today. At practice, Kaz is missing again, so I go looking for him and find him laid out in front of the lockers. Apparently he was tying his shoe and fell over, but I don't believe him. After school, I head to Club Escapade to find that monk Yuko mentioned, and get put on a side quest to take orders for the barman. I complete the mission and secure the monk some brandy, and he old mansplains to me about his son being a delinquent. I reluctantly form a bond with him. At home, Yuko calls and asks if I have plans, which I unfortunately do already with Kazushi. Fuck this guy, I'm going to bed. Welcome to Persona Every Day. Today's June 5th. Let's get going. Kazushi says he's going to practice today, but I decide against going, as I'm busy with Junpei's stupid ghost story. Yukari says we were supposed to gather information this week, but I've been too busy hanging with Yuko. I head to student council after class, and Hidetoshi is nowhere to be found. After doing some light paperwork, I leave and run into him, and stop him from getting his mug smashed in. At the dorm, Yukari reveals she's been doing some investigating, and says that tomorrow we're heading to a dangerous part of town to do some field research. I get some coffee and sleep to end the day. Welcome to Persona Every Day. Today's June 6th. Let's get going. Since we're busy tonight, I take it easy and chillax with Yuko after class. Yukari says it's time to go, but I genuinely think we should have at least changed clothes. After Junpei confesses he's afraid of bats, we make our way to the dank alleyway. Immediately, I'm vindicated, as we get recognized as high school students by the punks. Yukari decides to grow a pair and insult the nice gang members.
We'll post some pictures that'll make her daddy cry.
Joke's on you, her dad's dead. After a weirdly flattering compliment, he called me pretty. Akihiko's friend shows up to save the day. He uses headbutt, which is super effective, and then drops the bomb on us. It was all just a rumor, and the girls that were found were bullying Fuka, and Fuka might be dead, and that's why she's been missing. Welcome to Persona Every Day. Today's June 7th. Let's get going. Not much to talk about today, as Sundays are usually reserved for some R&R from school. I did make plans with Kazushi though, and he almost gets into a fight at the arcade. I guess he's a little more hot-headed than I thought. After hanging out with him, I head back to the arcade and get a fortune drawn to raise Jack Frost's magic stat, then call it a night in preparation for tomorrow's full moon. Welcome to Persona Every Day. Today's June 8th, and it's a full moon. We start the day off by interrogating Ikoda-sensei, and we find out he knew Fuka was missing the whole time. He only hid it for his career. I agree with Mitsuru.
How
How despicable.
We make a plan to enter Tartarus from the gym tonight to try to save Fuka. We sneak into the school and make a great decision of splitting up the party to search instead of sticking together. It wouldn't have helped anyway, as we were immediately split up. I quickly regroup with Akihiko and Junpei and meet Fuka, when we get a report of Mitsuru being attacked. With the Ganguro all here, Fuka awakens her persona to protect her bully.
For real?
Fuka shows us that one of the bosses is weak to physical, while one is weak to special, so we quickly dispatch them with one small hiccup. I level up to 14, and end the day after saving Fuka. Welcome to Persona Every Day. Today's June 9th. Let's get going. Kenji wants to talk, and I could go for ramen, so we go to leave school. He stops us at the gate and says he'll have to pass on the ramen today because he has cram school. Who are you and what have you done with Kenji? He says Miss Kano told him he's a loser if he doesn't get into a good college. Do I sense a Kenji redemption arc? After heading back to the dorm, I found out the antique shop that has been closed is finally open. They allow me to fuse personas into weapons to create unique gear, which will be great in the future, but right now is a little useless. Instead, I fuse Pyrojack. Now with access to the Jack Bros, I hit karaoke and sleep, as I'm feeling a little under the weather. Welcome to Persona Every Day. Today's June 10th. Let's get going. In Japanese history class, we get a neat lecture about how the teacher's bored and wants to teach about the samurai. After school, me and Yuko get some takoyaki, and I head back home. It's a relatively slow day, as Mitsuru and Akihiko are visiting Fuka in the hospital. So, I hit up the arcade and get a little bit smarter before studying at home. Welcome to Persona Every Day. Today's June 11th. Let's get going. Kenji wants to talk, and apparently it's about something serious this time. During class, I get a text from Akihiko saying that Fuka is coming to the dorms tonight to talk about joining us, so I make sure to cut my time with Kenji today short. Speaking of Kenji, now that he's hot, I make some time for him, but no amount of looks can get me past a bad personality. He says he's gonna marry Miss Kano when he graduates. I'm getting some domestic girlfriend vibes, and making me the chubby friend with no love life is not something I'm happy about, so I quickly head back to the dorm. We all have a meeting, and Fuka decides to join us. We cut the meeting and I go do my usual karaoke, but not before leveling up my courage. I make some plans with Yuko for Sunday and study a bit before bed. Welcome to Persona Every Day. Today's June 12th. Let's get going. Fuka's back at school, and she has a new friend. That Yaru's alright in my book. After class, I head to Edagawa, since I'm not feeling so hot, and again it does nothing. I buy a new accessory and run into this weird chubby kid who asks me a bunch of questions about food. Some strange Yakuza type comes up and starts questioning him, so he hides behind me, and then forms a bond with me. I head back to the dorm.
Sup, dude?
And find out the girls are busy tonight, prepping for Fuka. So I head to game panic for a bit and call it a night. In my nightmares, I befriend my sleep paralysis demon, and also form a bond with him. Welcome to Persona Every Day. Today's June 13th. Let's get going. Chihiro tries her hardest to ask me to walk home together, so I pity her. We get back to my place before she tells me she lives in the other direction. While she may be a little high-strung, I think she's got a good heart, so I form a bond with her. Back at the dorm, Fuka's finally here.
Hi, how was your day?
Instead of celebrating by going to Tartarus, I take a chill day and get some gaming and sleeping in. Welcome to Persona Every Day. Today's June 14th. Let's get going. I hang out with Yuko, and she apologizes for dragging me into her coaching business. It doesn't matter much to me because it's Tartarus time. I equip everyone and finally get to use Jack Brothers. We make it to Arca Part 2, and immediately get shit on by some dice. After a little grinding, I accidentally pull a card with a skull on it, and get jump scared by the Reaper. I make it to floor 47 and get to fight the Beetles, who thankfully are weak to electricity. We make quick work of them. I also die a little bit after this. And I forget to save. Anyway, I hit level 17 and call it quits early due to demotivation. Welcome to Persona Every Day. Today's June 15th. Let's get going. During lunch, my man comes up to me and says he wants to get food. Miss Toriumi calls on me in class, and luckily I speak enough English to know the answer is and. I had to practice today, and Kaz dipped again. Yuko comes up and tells me Kaz said to meet at the station, so I head there and find him sitting on the steps. He seems a bit dejected, and he tells me his hamstring's being torn apart. He also tells me the reason he's been trying so hard is for his 5-year-old nephew, who can't walk due to an accident. After gaining a huge amount of respect for Kazushi, I do my usual karaoke and study after school. Welcome to Persona Every Day. Today's June 16th. Let's get going. Mitsuru stops me on my way into school and lets me know we can go to Tartarus without her. This is great news, because if Mitsuru is sick or, God forbid, Akihiko's hurt, we can still explore. At lunch, Chihiro comes up to me all awkward, making it super obvious she likes me. I figure, what the hey, I'll hang out with her after school. After being reminded that the old couples exist, I notice Chihiro has some big self-esteem issue. But she lightens up when I mention I read manga. She asks if she's boring to hang out with, and I say I don't care, partially because of Daphnator. If you haven't subscribed to him for some spicy Persona memes, go do that now. Since Yukari's sick, I figure it's time for the usual karaoke. I get a call from Kenji when I get back to the dorm, but I'm too busy for him. Busy sleeping. Welcome to Persona Every Day. Today's June 17th. Let's get going. I hear a rumor about some clubs recruiting, namely music, art, and photography. I'm super interested in these extracurriculars, but first I have to learn about magic from Edogawa. What even is this class? After my weird magic learning, I check out each of the clubs, and decide I'm going to join the art club. I'm thoroughly surprised to see Fuka talking to the club head. He introduces himself.
Hey y'all, Scott here.
And I form a bond with this YouTuber. Afterwards, I hit the same old karaoke and sleep combo. Welcome to Persona Every Day. Today's June 18th. Let's get going. During lunch, both Chihiro and Scott the Waz come up to me and want to hang out. But instead I decide to do my damnedest to get Kenji's link over with. Thankfully, it's a nothing burger day, so I can just head straight to the Tartarus section. I figured today's a great day to clear some of Elizabeth's objectives that I've been given. I haven't talked about these much as I've just knocked them out as they come, but most of them revolve around defeating specific enemies in the different sections of Tartarus. Apparently I had already completed the Lustful Snake objective through regular grinding, but I had to go hunt for a treasure hand, again, to get the steel medal. I take a few new objectives too, like performing the fusion spell Justice using Angel and Archangel, and then die to what seems like my 60th death to a crit. I fuse a Valkyrie that knows Tarukaja, and because my bond with Yuko is so high, it learns Autosuku, an insanely good skill. I realize I have 2 bronze figurines already, so I spend what feels like forever searching for these dice enemies to drop them. I hit level 19 and end the day by completing 5 requests. Welcome to Persona Every Day. Today's June 19th. Let's get going. At lunch, Kenji reminds me he exists, but right now I've got more important things to attend to, like the goth lolly this random classmate mentioned seeing at the station. I search, but unfortunately I can't fulfill my degenerate quota for the day, so I opt to buy a new set of armor and sell some Tartarus spoils, before ultimately realizing Kenji's having serious issues. He drags me out to the shrine, where he tells me the whole school found out about him and Miss Kano, and now they're making her go to Kyushu to teach. This really does feel like the plot of Domestic Girlfriend. I take my opportunity to tell Kenji to leave Tatsumi Port, and he agrees with me? After Fuka gives me the best compliment of my life, I realize I missed a request. I was supposed to talk to Akihiko on the 16th to get some protein for Liz, but oh well. Hopefully they fix that in Reload. I decide to grab some coffee since it's the weekend, and fail at studying on account of being tired. Welcome to Persona Every Day. Today's June 20th. Let's get going. Mitsuru visits us in class and says that Ikutsuki will be coming to the dorms tonight, so we should make sure to be there. On the way back, I run into Yukari and Fuka playing with best boy Kodomaru. some random lady comes up and lore dumps on him. And then we start our meeting with Yakutsuki.
Hello, everyone.
He says that there are 12 shadows, one for each full moon of the year, and that we'll have to be on our guard. Mitsuru also seems like she knows something about the existence of Tartarus. After the meeting, I ask him for a lens wipe, and then go play the quiz game and sleep. Welcome to Persona Every Day. Today's June 21st. Let's get going. I'm a little sick today, and I've got no plans today, except... They're selling a land badge today on TV for like $300. Thankfully, I have like $800, so I buy it. I noticed Maya sent me some messages on Innocent Sin, so I hop on to play with her, but she says she's busy. She rejoins quickly and says she was on the phone with her mom, who's trying to get her married. I put the moves on and say we should get married, engaging into tradition as old as time, internet dating. Maya mentions she might be a little older, and that she got drunk at the mall the other night and got harassed. Now I'm even more intrigued, as this means she's in Tatsumi Port Island, so I may end up meeting her IRL. I make sure to remember there's an older guy at Polonia at night, and log off for the day. Welcome to Persona Every Day. Today's June 22nd. Let's get going. Junpei gets called on in class and asks for my help, but I'm at a loss too, and I just guess. After class, I hang with Liz, and she takes me on a trip through Iwatotai Station. We explore the escalator, the manhole, and then end up at the station square, where she wants to try every restaurant in the area. After like the 7th meal, I start to feel sick to my stomach, so we call it. I get a fortune to deepen my relationship with Maya, and get lucky and find 10,000 yen in the envelope. I end the night with some karaoke and studying, and then witness a rare Dark Hour event. Yosuke from Persona 4 is here, and awake in the Dark Hour.
What the hell is this?
He's being accosted by Jesus and the goth ollie I couldn't find the other day. Assassin Jesus shoots Spider-Man, and that ends the night. Welcome to Persona Every Day. Today's June 23rd. Let's get going. Kenji's bitch made, so I decide to help Chihiro with her homework. The kids sitting across from us think we're flirting, and weirdly start flirting themselves. And Chihiro shows us why she's part of student council. She doesn't like kissing. Meanwhile, Shinjiro and Akihiko are hanging out.
I'll have what he's having. You always eat that protein shit.
So, I guess our Tartarus adventure will be Akihiko-less. I get to floor 59, and damn, this is way harder without Akihiko. It also doesn't help that the mini-boss knows not only Mind Charge, but 9-level skills. After getting wiped more times than I want to admit, I decide to grind to 20 in the earlier floors, and end up summoning Narcissus for the Frolic fusion spell. Unfortunately, Frolic is just straight up dogshit dookie diarrhea garbage ass piece of shit move that doesn't do anything except get me killed. Welcome to Persona Every Day. Today's June 24th. Let's get going. At lunch, Yuko comes up and guilt trips me into helping her coach the Little Rascals. She seems to be pretty good with kids, so I don't understand why I'm here, but I'll take all the hangout time I can get. She asked me my opinion on if the kids could win the race, and I'll reply with the most milquetoast fence-sitting answer I can, and I guess Yuko agreed. Later on, I run into that guy Maya was talking about, and it turns out to be Big Man Tanaka himself. Apparently he's looking for a super hot dude, so I guess I should start drinking more coffee. I get back to my room and find my land badge came. Kenji also calls and asks to hang out, but Sundays are now reserved for Maya until further notice. I end the night with a little study session. Welcome to Persona Every Day. Today's June 25th. Let's get going. Edogawa's filling in for another teacher, which means it's time for another lesson on magic. I actually kinda dig that Edogawa's lessons are longer than the other teachers. It makes it feel like you're supposed to be paying attention to this cool subject that I got called on for. Thankfully, I was paying attention and get the right answer. And now it's time for our weekly dive into the madness that is Kenji's social link. He says he's leaving! Unfortunately, he catches a glimpse of Miss Kano talking to what seems to be her fiancé. Like every other teenager, He thinks the world is over, and I can't help but kick the piece of man when he's down. Apparently laughing at him for crying was the right call, as he runs off so I don't have to deal with him for the rest of the day. Instead, I go check out the antique shop because I noticed I've been getting gemstones, and find out I can just complete this quest. I go karaoke, my courage gets raised to tough, and I study before bed. Welcome to Persona Every Day. Today's June 26th. Let's get going. I decided to head to practice today, and Kazushi seems fired up. Unfortunately or fortunately, depending on how you look at it, nothing eventful happens at practice, so I head back to the dorms. Akihiko leaves as soon as I get there, which sucks because I really wanted to go to Tartarus today. I notice Ikutsuki is telling his bad jokes again, so I go to check the cameras and find there's a recording. We see what looks like Junpei's room, and Mitsuru tells Officer Kurosawa she hasn't heard from him in 30 minutes. I think he's probably in the bathroom or something, but he shows up to correct the record. Apparently it got too hot in his room, so he went to a manga cafe and fell asleep. Mitsuru doesn't understand teenage boys, and assumes that Junpei's room has been burglarized, so Junpei has to come clean and say he lives in filth. After questioning why there are cameras in our rooms, I shrug it off, get some coffee, and study for the night. Welcome to Persona Every Day. Today's June 27th. Let's get going. I hang out with Chihiro in the library after class, then take a piss when I get back to the dorm. I want to go to Tartarus, but Fuka lectures me on Poinsettia beforehand. Today's the day I get to the top of Arca. I even fuse Oberon and clear a couple quests. After re-equipping everyone, seriously, who told them to change equipment? I engage with the Emperor Arcana mini-boss, and quickly realize I'm severely underleveled. Mind Charge and Maga Ruler are insanely cracked for where I am level-wise, and after what may be the single most worst attempt at this boss by anybody, I resummon the Narcissus I used to fuse Oberon. As Narcissus, while it is weak to physical, the only persona I currently have access to that resists wind, and apparently the boss can be charmed. I don't know why Mitsuru didn't attempt it at all in the runs that I did, but I win the first run I attempt using charm. The remaining floors in Arca weirdly have few enemies, so I quickly hit the top and call it. Welcome to Persona Every Day. Today's June 28th. Let's get going. It's Sunday, and you know what that means. Tanaka's selling a set of boxing gloves and some jelly, and this might be the easiest purchase I've made yet. After emptying my wallet, I decide to play with Maya for the rest of the day. She seems pretty pissed off at a Mr. E and calls him an SOB. I ask who Mr. E is, and she outright says he's a teacher with seniority over her. Wait, if Mr. E is a teacher, and Maya's from Tatsumi Port Island, and she's a teacher, and she brings up my reading comprehension, is Maya Miss Toriyumi? Welcome to Persona Every Day. Today's June 29th. Let's get going. I start the day with the news that exams are in 2 weeks. Junpei gets asked how toilets flush in Australia, and I don't know either, so we both look like stooges. At lunch, Kazushi comes up to me, so I guess today's a good day to go to practice. I run into Fuka on the way there, and it turns out I need to be a badass to talk to her. Some JV members are shit-talking Kazushi, so Yuko comes up and scares them away. She says the coach wants to talk to Kaz, so I decide it's time to head home. On the way, he catches me and says that the coach is concerned, and that he'll do anything, even damage his knee permanently, to keep his promise. He wants me to be the new captain if he does. At the dorm, Yukari and Fuka are chatting about 10 years ago. Meanwhile, I found a crane game at the mall, so I dumped way too much money into it trying to win the silly piggy bank. I even go and sell some stuff to pay for my crippling gambling addiction, and I finally pull one before hitting up Mandragora and studying before bed. Welcome to Persona Every Day. Today's June 30th. Let's get going. Chihiro and I do some studying in the library again today. It's a relatively slow day, so I hit up Mandragora and go home. My box came, which is good. Akihiko's gonna love his new equipment. I study a bit before another dark hour event.
Hi!
Pharaoh shows up and hits me with the same old "prepare for doom" he does every other half moon. He disappears, and I get a good night's rest. Welcome to Persona Every Day. Today's Welcome to Persona Every Day. Today's July 1st. Let's get going. Another slow day today, so I decided to hang with Yuko and get burgers. Afterwards, I get some coffee at Cafe Chagall, and I guess I'm smooth now. When I get back to the dorm, Chihiro calls and asks if we can go on a date this Sunday. I figure, what the hey, why not? And I head to bed. Welcome to Persona Everyday. Today's July 2nd. Let's get going. Chihiro comes up to me at lunch and wants to hang, and I already planned to. We end up getting coffee, and Chihiro starts to look a little pale, so we head to the drugstore to get her some medicine. She gets hit on her way out, and I step in and get the goofy weed to run away. Chihiro's still shook, so I do my best to calm her down, and I think I freak her out a little. Oh well, it'll all blow over. I head into the drugstore and resupply for the upcoming full moon, then talk to Tanaka since my charm went up. I still keep my distance since Maya said he was shady, and I hit up karaoke and study before bed. Welcome to Persona Everyday. Today's July 3rd. Let's get going. In class, we learn about the tale of Genji, an old classic Japanese work of literature. The author's famous for being on the 2,000 yen bill, which means she's about as famous as President Jackson. Junpei gets called on in class, and since she's an author, I tell him to say she won a Nobel Prize. Silly Junpei. Now we'll never know the answer. I go talk to Fuckface since we're so close to being done with his social link, and unfortunately, there was no progress today. I get back to the dorm, and Fuka tells me I should check my calendar. I do, and notice that exams start on the 14th, so get those questions in. I head to Game Panic and play the horror game, as I need to be a badass to talk to Fuka, and then sleep when I get back. Welcome to Persona Everyday. Today's July 4th. Let's get going. I decide to hang with Yuko today. We head to the field to find the 4th graders celebrating their victory over the 6th graders in the race. Well, they actually tied, but the 6th graders were impressed, so they said they could use the playground. The kids run off after calling Yuko One-chan. Yuko says this feels like a cheesy made-for-TV movie, and I agree, but only because it literally is a game. She also suggests we have a party to celebrate her first coaching session, but she wants to have it at her house. Things are starting to heat up, and the game reminds me to be monogamous. So I take my leave here, and head to the mall, where I play the quiz game, and then head to sleep when I get back. Welcome to Persona Everyday. Today is July 5th. Let's get going. It's Sunday, and I made plans with Chihiro earlier this week, so we hang out. We actually catch a movie, but I guess Chihiro was so anxious about that weeb that hit on her this week that she felt she ruined it. I realize I have something she might like, so I give her the prize I won at the crane game. After we part ways, I hit up karaoke and study before bed. Welcome to Persona Everyday. Today's July 6th. Let's get going. I had to practice after class, and it's pretty uneventful. Tomorrow is the full moon, so I do everything I can to rest up. I take a couple pisses, I even go to my bed early. Notice that I did not save, however. That will come back to bite me tomorrow. Oh well, I hope you all have a wonderful day. Welcome to Persona Everyday. Today's July 7th, and it's a full moon. They've been finding the lost in pairs, in an area with a lot of love hotels. So we wander into one, and come across the boss for the day. I mentioned yesterday that I forgot to save, and I only remembered right before walking into this boss. I figured the full moons couldn't be as bad as the Tartarus bosses. Fuck. I head in again, and on my third attempt I finally beat the boss, after learning to be crit against. Unfortunately, we're locked in the room. I come across a mirror, and... After getting stuck in a time loop of questions, I regroup with a freshly cleaned Yukari in the game. I break some mirrors and encounter the second boss of the day, but it charms me and breaks my heart. I choose Junpei instead of Mitsuru, because this second boss uses fire, and we win on our 5th run through the day. Welcome to Persona Everyday. Today's July 8th. Let's get going. Now that the full moon is over, we have some time to rest, is what I would say if there weren't exams in 6 days. Remember to comment any questions you have. They might get answered. Miss Toriyumi gives us a real-ass English lesson. complete with nonsense names for techniques no one uses. This lesson is about comma splices, a cheap replacement for the semicolon. After absolutely nailing that question, I go see Edagawa, since I'm tired because of yesterday. I decide to not drink the medicine though, as Liz wants a sample of it for reasons. Since exams are soon, most social links have magically disappeared, so I study in the library. Back at the dorm, the girls all disappear too, and since Junpei is sulking like a little baby, I hit up Game Panic and study before bed. Welcome to Persona Everyday. Today's July 9th. Let's get going. Ono-sensei is getting dangerously close to teaching about his true passion, the samurai, so he's running through lessons as fast as possible. Ono even says that this stuff will be on next week's finals, which worries me. He calls on me and asks a question about Japanese laws, and I honestly guess. And I guessed right. With my newfound knowledge, I head to the library to learn more, and hopefully squeeze out one more knowledge level up before finals. When I get back to the dorm, my phone rings, and it's Liz, calling to tell me we can go deeper in Tartarus. She also tells me I can finally feed that starving cat, just not now as it's nighttime. I decide instead to hit up Mandragora for old time's sake, become fearless, and study before bed. Welcome to Persona Everyday. Today's July 10th. Let's get going. It's time for another of Edagawa's lessons on magic. Today's a bit of a deviation, however, as he goes in depth on the various effects religion has had on magic. As someone super into theology, I ate this lesson up like the Eucharist. I get called on today, and as I've been hyper-focused on Edagawa's lessons, I nailed that correct answer. After class, I study a bit, since finals are coming up. Remember, you can comment any questions you have, whether they're about Persona, this series, or even personal things. Then tonight, I hit up the horror game at Game Panic and study. Welcome to Persona Everyday. Today's July 11th. Let's get going. Ono-sensei has finally gotten to the samurai he so dearly loves. I get called on because I don't look like a samurai, but using context clues, I can avoid being thrown off the ship. I get a text from Akihiko stating that Yakushima will be coming by tonight, and I remember Liz wants me to feed the cat, so I finally give him the cat food I bought 2 months ago. I go buy some more before heading back to study in the library. At the dorm, we relay everything that happened on the 7th to Ikutsuki, but Yukari interrupts him to grill Mitsuru over information she found. Apparently, 10 years ago there was a big explosion at Gekkoukan High, and students went missing similarly to our situation. Mitsuru lore dumps on us, and says that her grandfather was trying to harness the power of shadows as infinite energy or something, and that the Kirijo group is the reason Tartarus and the Dark Hour exist. Yukari says this is bullshit, and throws shade at Akihiko, but Ikutsuki says if we defeat all 12 shadows, Tartarus and the Dark Hour will disappear. With this newfound purpose, I hit up Game Panic and study before bed. Welcome to Persona Everyday. Today's July 12th. Let's get going. It's Sunday, and everybody's doing their own thing. Akihiko goes to see Shinjiro to reminisce about the past. Shinjiro says to cut the crap, tell him the real reasons here, so Aki tells him we figured out how to destroy Tartarus. We cut to Fuka, whose room is incredibly cute, being visited by Mitsuru. She asks Fuka to dig up as much information about the incident 10 years ago as possible, and asks if she resents her. Fuka says she feels useful and important here, which would be adorable if she didn't sound like a speak and spell. Speaking of things that can't speak or spell, Junpei's being a sad boy outside the movie theater. He seems to blame me for all his problems for some reason. After watching Yukari's sad post and monologue, it's my turn for a super emotional Sunday. I purchased a pair of Defense Mode Crocs for $100 and play games with Maya for the rest of the day. Welcome to Persona Everyday. Today's July 13th. Let's get going. Exams start tomorrow, so today's your last day to get any questions in for the Q&A. Miss Terauchi tells us we should be forming relationships this summer, and I guess staying up to listen to the lecture makes me smart. I go feed the cat, and he seems a little healthier today. After studying in the library, I make my way back to the dorm to be confronted with an awkward silence. Fuka breaks it by asking about summer plans, and Junpei quotes Shikamaru.
Ugh, what a drag.
While Gaara's sitting across the table. Ikutsuki shows up out of nowhere and suggests we go to Yakushima for our vacation. Mitsuru objects, but ultimately relents. This makes Junpei excited, and for once, I agree with Yukari.
Ugh, men.
After the meeting, I karaoke and study.
Dude, I am stoked.
I have to go buy a swimsuit.
Hey, don't worry. I get an extra pair you can borrow.
Nice try, man.
Are you going to swim too, Ikutsuki-san?
I'm afraid I can't.
Welcome to Persona Everyday. Today's July 14th. Let's get going. Exams start today, and so does our second Q&A. Our first question comes from Duncan Von Doom. he wants me to show my Persona build. I'm actually slightly farther ahead than today's date, but I haven't done any combat since the full moon, so these stats are up to date. I noticed I have an unleveled Pixie in here, specifically so that I can use that dogshit move Frolic. I'm also happy to note that this Jack Frost is ride or die with me for the rest of the game. I've committed. All in all, I think I'm pretty well off in terms of strength. Our next question comes from and they ask who my favorite Persona character is and why. Aesthetically, like in terms of visual design, I really like Marie from P4G. The plaid skirt and loose necktie, as well as the sleeves and stockings, just hit all my points. Personality-wise, I think I'd have to go with Kenji from Persona 3. Just kidding. It's Miss Beat Boop herself, Makoto Nijima. The sheltered yet punky, take-no-shit attitude really resonates with me. Welcome to Persona Everyday. Today's July 15th. Let's get going. Today's question comes from good friend of the channel, Photos by Javril. To answer his question, are there any facts that I've retained from classes, the first thing that comes to mind is a question from Persona 5. It's about the 4-color theorem, which is that any map can be colored with just 4 colors, so that each boundary doesn't share a color. It sticks out, because I got it wrong on my first playthrough, and I thought it was a fake fact. Welcome to Persona Everyday. Today's July 16th. Let's get going. Louis C. Animates asks what my thoughts are on FemC. I love the idea of her. I don't have very much experience with her as a character, but I know she gets a little arc in Persona Q2. I might just end up playing Portable for her route. Keeping on theme, Sad Opie asks who my favorite party member is besides the pro tag. At this point, it's Akihiko. He seems to be carrying me pretty hard. It's like he has on-demand crits or something. It's nuts. Welcome to Persona Everyday. Today's July 17th. Let's get going. Everyone wants to know my thoughts on Persona 3 Reload. I'm actually super excited. I'm a little worried in regards to what they'll change, and I have some more hot takes about what shouldn't be removed. Fatigue! But overall, I'm stoked. I just hope that FemC and the answer are included in some way. Welcome to Persona Everyday. Today's July 18th. Let's get going. Exams are finally over. Thank you to everyone that asked a question, and I genuinely am sorry I couldn't get to everyone. There are a few that I may bring back for next time. Thankfully, Junpei's sorry too, for all the dickish sulking he's been doing since the full moon.
Anyway, that's all history. It's you and me now, bro.
We decide to go on a group date to celebrate, and as we make our way out of school, Fuka gets stopped by her Gyaru friend. Akihiko also lets us know that Ikutsuki may have found another party member, and wouldn't you know it, there he is now. Unfortunately, it's a little kid, so I don't think he'll be all that helpful anytime soon. After getting home, I decide to head to the mall to enjoy the first free time I've had in a while. Instead of enjoying myself, I spent 70,000 yen trying to get the best crane game prize, Jack Frost dolls. Afterwards, I get myself some coffee, grab my Super Defense Mode Crocs, and head to bed. Welcome to Persona Everyday. Today's July 19th. Let's get going. It's Sunday Fun Day, and you know what that means. Tanaka time. Unfortunately, I'm broke on account of the crane game fiasco from last night, so no shopping for me. Instead, I notice Maya's online, so I hop onto Persona and get to playing. She seems to be in a good mood today, and she rants about Mr. E and how he's up her ass. She logs off, saying she's going to shower, and I guess that's the day for me. Welcome to Persona Everyday. Today's July 20th. Let's get going. It's vacation time. Mitsuru brings us to her ritzy summer home on Yakushima and shows us around before we meet her pirate dad. Afterwards, we head to the beach, and, Vic, your manana is showing. Please stop ogling the high school girls. He even asked me who my type is, and I'm about as honest as I can be, and say that Fuka looks pretty cute. Apparently, Junpei's not the only one watching us. We sit down with Mr. Kirijo, and he shows us a movie that stars Yukari's dad. I guess he was a scientist for the Kirijo group 10 years ago when that explosion happened. Yukari gets up and runs out in anger at her dad not winning an Emmy, and Mitsuru asks me to follow her. I find her at the beach, where she seems to be having an existential crisis about why she's helping us.
You think you know me?
She calms down and thanks me for listening to her troubles, and then the game gives me the chat option of going in for a hug, which I do. Welcome to Persona Everyday. Today's July 21st. Let's get going. The girls went off hiking, so Junpei crafts a genius plan.
Operation Babe Hunt.
Night watch.
Babe Hunt?
I say it sounds like a hassle, and Akihiko agrees, but he appoints me leader, considering this is an operation. Operation Babe Watch Maid Hunt kicks off great, with Junpei floundering with some college girls. Akihiko doesn't do so well either, hitting on girls that already have boyfriends. I come across what I know to be a dude in a bikini, and I try to pawn Junpei off on him. Me and Aki berate Junpei for causing problems, just as we spot the most beautiful robot in the world. Welcome to Persona Everyday. Today's July 22nd. Let's get going. It's the last day of our vacation, and everyone mutually agrees to spend it relaxing. Junpei goes off on his own just as the girls get to the beach. Aigis is with them, and Junpei runs up to get Aigis to go swimming with him. After a brief discussion on the definition of fun, Fuka asks if it's okay for Aigis to go swimming, and we all collectively shrug. Ikutsuki shows up to the beach in a full suit to remind us not to be late to the boat tomorrow, and my bond with the team strengthens. Welcome to Persona Everyday. Today's July 23rd. Let's get going. While we were all gone making friends with XJ9, Shinjiro was visited by none other than Assassin Jesus. They give him some capsules, and I guess we're famous now, since they ask about us and what we're doing during the dark hour. Assassin Jesus has a mini meltdown when he finds out we're trying to get rid of Tartarus, and then he leaves. I want to give a quick happy birthday to Hyoto. I hope they're enjoying the day in Persona 3. We made it back home! Aigis is here now, and she doesn't really understand human interaction, but I figure we should be fine, and go back to my favorite activity, karaoke. When I get home, I hit the hay. Welcome to Persona Everyday. Today's July 24th. Let's get going.
Good morning.
Astro Girl is here to wake me up early, apparently. Yukari comes to get me to help look for her,
I am not a girl.
but she's already here. Yukari scolds her, but little Miss Reploid here suggests we become bunk buddies. Honestly, I don't really care. I just want to get to school, check my exam results. I placed in the top 10, and to celebrate, I feed the cat, then visit our old pal Kenji. I decide to head to Tartarus, and I even fuse Takemikazuchi from Persona 4. In our first fight, I learn about Orgia mode, which lets custom Robo go haywire in exchange for a big power boost. And she's cracked. I level up while on my way up the tower, and enter the next block, Yabasha. We make it to floor 72, and get jumped by the New World Order. But after an extremely long fight, we beat them. We climb a little bit higher and make it to the next roadblock, floor 85, before we call it. Welcome to Persona Everyday. Today's July 25th. Let's get going. Edogawa is subbing for a teacher, and today's special lesson is about alchemy. Alchemy is actually a really cool subject mentioned in tons of topics, including psychology. Edogawa goes full Jordan Peterson and starts talking about Jungian psychology, and I definitely can't sleep through that. After class, the kendo coach comes to me and tells me I have summer practice, since there's a big tournament August 2nd. Yay. Anyway, it's Yuko, everybody. We go on a cute snack date since there's no practice. Meanwhile, Shinjiro gets visited by Assassin Jesus again. They've been tracking us, and have found out about Cortana. They say they're going to take us down, but Shinjiro seems pretty indifferent.
Hello.
Ken's here! To avoid socializing, I had to get some coffee. This has the exact opposite intended effect, as I become popular. Speaking of being popular, Yuko calls me when I get back to ask me on a date tomorrow, and I say yes before studying. Welcome to Persona Everyday. Today's July 26th. Let's get going. I have a date with Yuko today, and we end up doing karaoke. We have a good time, and after a few innuendo, I suggest we take this party back to her place. I guess Yuko doesn't want me to come over for some reason, and she suggests we go to a cafe instead. I give her a little good luck charm, and then go to the cafe after she leaves to go clean and do whatever girls do, I guess. Oh well, at least the coffee's good. I end the day with some studying. Welcome to Persona Everyday. Today's July 27th. Let's get going. Summer practice starts today. Yuko works me extra hard. I think she's mad about yesterday. We head to Tartarus and fight, well, heads. I try Jack Brothers out to get an all-out attack and see how long the fight will take, and it looks to be a long one. It has Mind Charge and Matsuyonga, and I have flashbacks. I regroup and kick Chibi Robo and Yukari out of the party, as they're weak to electricity and start again. I have Takemikazuchi, who is immune to Zeo skills, so I coast for a little bit before the boss hits me with a 3-piece combo of Elect Break, Mind Charge, Matsuyonga. I fuse Ares as its materials let him inherit Dodge, Wind, and Electric, and I use Rotunda to drop the boss's defense for Akihiko to clean up. We find a nice rhythm that consists of me swapping between Mikatsuchi and Ares to play support while Aki does the heavy lifting, even landing a few crits to speed things up.
I've been waiting for this.
We clear Yabasha with tons of time to spare, and head home for the night. Welcome to Persona Everyday. Today's July 28th. Let's get going. I start the day off with summer practice, and I struggle to land a point. After practice, I head to the mall to replenish my supplies for the upcoming full moon. I learned my lesson from last month. I also feed my Hiho some steroids. Yes, my Jack Frost has 27 luck, and no, I won't stop until he has 99. To finish the day, I head to karaoke and study. These next few days are gonna be boring. Welcome to Persona Everyday. Today's July 29th. Let's get going. Another day, another summer practice. I'd regret joining Kendo, but I get to see Yuko, so it isn't all bad. After taking a piss, I head to the mall to waste my summer vacation away getting smarter. I play the quiz game and study before bed. I get woken up during my state-mandated extra hour of sleep by Fuka, who's detected a shadow outside Tartarus. Akihiko was nearby, so he went to go take care of it, but when he got there it was already gone. He says the little fellow who took care of it's injured, so we all head to the shrine to find Koromaru is the one who defeated the shadow. C-3PO steps in and translates Doganese. Mitsuru gets a vet for the goodest boy Koromaru, and we're on our way. Welcome to Persona Everyday. Today's July 30th. Let's get going. Only a few days left for practice now. I can't wait to have free time again.
Hi, how was your day?
I get home and converse with everyone, and Junpei says he's worried a monkey might get a Persona next. Get on it, Atlas. I had to karaoke today. I hope Reload introduces some more ways to raise social stats, or I'm just dumb and haven't explored more of the game, because karaoke's kinda getting old. I also study when I get home, then get shoved into the dark hour.
Good evening.
Pharos is here to ask how I'm doing, and to remind me of the full moon. Then he takes off. Welcome to Persona Everyday. Today's July 31st. Let's get going. Only one more day of practice left. I finally land a clean hit, which means practice is actually working. I get back to the dorm and discover Ikutsuki-san is visiting. We speak a little about Koromaru's potential before he calls me funny. Huh. Anyway, I'm off to drink some coffee, since Mandragora is busy, it being Friday and all, and I study when I get back to the dorm. Welcome to Persona Everyday. Today's August 1st. Let's get going. Today's the last day of practice, and I try my hardest. Tomorrow's a tournament, and Yuko congratulates me on beating every member of the team, so I guess I'm the star of the Kendo team.
Where have you been?
Practice, Akihiko, just like the last few days. He wishes me luck on the tournament, and mentions I'm paired against some guy named Mamoru. Junpei chimes in and says this Mamoru is some Kendo prodigy. Way to go, Junpei. I wasn't nervous or anything. To calm said nerves, I decide to play the quiz game at Game Panic, and study when I get home. Welcome to Persona Everyday. Today's August 2nd. Let's get going. Today's the day of the tournament, and tensions are high. Just before my turn, Kaz and Yuko give me a pep talk. I ask Yuko to root for me, and she gives me her special drink. I head to the match, and put in some good work. But ultimately, Mamoru wins. Kaz and Yuko cheer me up after the match, and Mamoru even walks up on us. He tries to flirt with me and says we should hang out sometime. I just kinda nod my head, and he walks away. We resolve to head home for the day. I want a matching tracksuit too.
Welcome back.
At the dorm, everyone congratulates me on my performance, and Junpei catches a few strays. I talk to Ken, and he asks me how I take my coffee. Jabril and Ken will both be happy to know. I take it black. Speaking of coffee, I head to Cafe Chagall and actually study today, unlike yesterday. Welcome to Persona Everyday. Today's August 3rd. Let's get going. I guess I'm sick, so I do what I do in real life when I'm sick. Buy energy drinks. For those who are wondering, zero sugar energy drinks are my favorite. After admiring how important natural light is in a setting, I head out to feed the cat, and it seems like he's healthy. I'm glad he's back to normal. I make my way to the shrine and run into Maiko, who snags the takoyaki from my back pocket and chows down. She says it was delicious, then snags my frickin' Red Bull. I'll kill you, you little bat. Maiko says we should be friends, and I tell her I'd hang out with her if I felt like it. I guess I pissed her off, but she deserves it. I come across a sign that lets me know there's a festival coming up, and get myself a fortune to boost my relationship with Maya. End the night with karaoke, and head to bed early to help cure my cold. Welcome to Persona Every Day. Today's August 4th. Let's get going. My first truly free day of summer, and I decide to spend it gaming with Maya. We talk about nothing of importance, but Maya gets riled up about her insecurities, particularly being old. She asks me if men only want younger women, and I was too busy grinding to pay attention, so I'm confused. She apologizes for rambling, and says that she should know better, seeing as she teaches composition. She rants about a fellow teacher who got asked out by a student and has a fiance. Damn it! Kenji's invading my social life again. Miss Maya, spills the tea and says Miss K stuffs her bra. I'm kind of stun-locked on that statement, so she reiterates, she's got fake tits. I kind of zone out here, as I'm not one for catty chatter, so I don't really know what else she talked about. But she logged out, so I did too. Welcome to Persona Every Day. Today's August 5th. Let's get going. I start the day by picking up another Red Bull. I make my way over to the station to buy some flowers and check on the cat. He's, bigger now. Anyway, I decide to upgrade everyone's weapons at the police station. First, I sell some stuff, then I pick up 2 swords for Mitsuru and I, a sword for Junpei, a bow for Yukari, and some knuckles for Akihiko. I also forget to equip the party when I get home, but whatever. I also pick up a platinum watch to complete my shopping trip and confirm my empty wallet. I head back to the shrine and end up apologizing to Maiko for telling her I might hang out with her. Spoilers, I'm not a pedophile. I pull another fortune for me and Maya, and I remember to save when I get home. I end the night with the quiz game and a good Pokemon sleep. Welcome to Persona Every Day. Today's August 6th, and it's a full moon. We find out that this month's Shadow is hiding out in an old war bunker, so we make our way there. We arrive, and
Well done.
Assassin Jesus is here with his sidekick, and they're here to assassin us. They say if we destroy the Dark Hour, we'll all lose our powers, and Mitsuru says they're also Persona users. They sow doubt, then lock us in the bunker. After getting spoiled for Oppenheimer, we finally come face to face with the Shadow, which seems to be a tank. I throw Optimus Prime into Orgia mode, and start throwing proverbial spaghetti against the wall to see what sticks. The tank just immediately kills me back, so I've learned exactly nothing from this encounter. On our second attempt, the tank separates into 2 shadows, which is unique, I guess. Rotom overheats, so she's useless for most of the fight, but I focus down the Archer when they're apart, and out DPS the combined form. Junpei lands a lucky crit to win us a fight, and Ikutsuki rescues us in the morning. Welcome to Persona Every Day. Today's August 7th. Let's get going. I'm worn out from last night's operation, so I figured today is as good a time as any to play video games. Most of my summer vacation was actually spent playing video games, just like in real life. Maya's talking to herself when I enter, and oversharing quite a bit in general. I show up and scare her a bit. She says she has a crush on someone, a teenager. Can just one person in this universe be normal? And apparently it's me. Well, thank God it's summer vacation, so I don't have to deal with that hot mess. Maya signs off, and I decide to go to bed.
Hi, how are you?
I don't get much sleep, as Pharos wakes me up for a soliloquy about poison gardens. I have zero idea what you're talking about. Welcome to Persona Every Day. Today's August 8th. Let's get going. I wake up to a phone call from Elizabeth, telling me that more of Tartarus has opened up. I thank her, and go to brush my teeth, but Mitsuru-senpai knocks on the door. I tell her I'll be out in a minute, but she tells me we're having a meeting tonight and leaves. On some advice from the comments, I decide to check out the strip mall and get lunch at Wakatsu. We get back to the dorm, and in the control room, we find Koromaru. He's joining the team. T1000 says that Koro wants to return the favor, and Junpei says he's going to go take him for a walk. Mitsuru reminds him to enjoy summer vacation, as summer classes are starting soon, and we're all registered. With that in mind, get your questions in the comments. I play the quiz game and sleep when I get home. Welcome to Persona Every Day. Today's August 9th. Let's get going. Sunday comes around again, and I get a visit from the Tanaka Fairy. He's selling a spear, a weapon type I haven't seen yet, so I really want it. But, it's time to hang with Maya again. I log on to Innocent Sin and get a message from the dev team saying that they're shutting down the game due to decline in player base. Maya seems concerned, but I'm no stranger to games being shut down, so I'm used to it. Maya seems afraid of not being able to hang out anymore and suggests we could hook up IRL. She gets a brilliant idea to send a message of our logs to the devs to show that people still play the game. She logs off to write an email, and I guess I do too. Welcome to Persona Every Day. Today's August 10th. Let's get going. Summer school starts today, and so does our impromptu chill session. I have a comment or two to discuss this week, and today's a comment from the GM Redditor. They ask if I think it's important for all social links to be completable in one run, or at least, that's kind of what I'm getting. I think everyone's first run of a Persona game should be played out blind. I really enjoy the feeling of getting to know the characters, and making them just a checklist to hit because of completion puts a bit of a sour taste in my mouth. I think on a New Game Plus run, you should be able to complete everything though, as you've already done the hard work of beating the game. Welcome to Persona Every Day. Today's August 11th. Let's get going. Adagawa's teaching class today, and it's a super interesting lesson about the Crowley Tarot deck. Today I want to take a minute to talk about my thoughts on the future of the channel. We're at about the halfway point of Persona 3 Fest, and I want to thank each and every one of you that likes, comments, subscribes. My philosophy with YouTube is to put out content similar to what I would want to watch in my free time, but I know my viewing habits don't line up with everyone else's. I also don't want to fall into the trap of only posting Persona content, but I won't be stopping Persona anytime soon. I mean, I enjoy the series. I'd like to stick to turn-based RPGs, as that is my favorite genre, so if anyone watching this has a suggestion for content they'd like to see me produce, I'd love for you to drop it in the comments. Again, I really want to thank you guys for all the support you guys have been showing for this series. It's really cool to see the numbers just go up and up and up as I reach a bigger audience, so thank you so much. Welcome to Persona Every Day. Today's August 12th. Let's get going. You know him, you love him. It's Photos by Jabril. GB here asks an interesting question. If I could swap cast members between P3 and P5, who would I pick? For starters, I'd swap Yukari and An. I think they're both supposed to be the same trope, but An fulfills it 1,000 times better. Yukari just doesn't seem popular, if that makes sense. Then, I'd swap Koromaru and Morgana, mostly because separating the cat simp from the girl is something I don't have the heart to do. Welcome to Persona Every Day. Today's August 13th. Let's get going. I'm actually on vacation IRL right now. I'm visiting some friends from out of state, and luckily my vacation lined up with summer school. I hope you all have a great day. Welcome to Persona Every Day. Today's August 14th. Let's get going. Adagawa's teaching class again today, and today's lesson is on Kabbalah. I'm not exactly an expert on Kabbalah, but again, I am super interested in things like magic and the study of the universe, so I actually pay attention. I realize a lot of the subject matter is well referenced in modern media, to the point that I actually learned about the Sephiroth from Yu-Gi-Oh! Of all places. It's also crazy nuts that things like specific numbers show up across different cultures and time periods. For example, the number 22 shows up a lot in lessons that Adagawa keeps giving, and seeing it pop up in subject matter about ancient Egypt after just talking about ancient Rome and their influence with that number is mind-boggling, and makes it feel like there's more to the universe. Welcome to Persona Every Day. Today's August 15th. Let's get going. Today's the final day of summer school, and boy am I glad. When I get back to the dorm after class, I decide to celebrate with my non-human party members, so I take Koromaru for a walk with Gladys. She reminds me that the festival's tomorrow, and I end the night with some studying. Welcome to Persona Every Day. Today's August 16th. Let's get going. The summer festival's today. Yuko calls me and asks me if I want to go, and I love a girl who takes the initiative, so I immediately agree. Yuko wore her regular clothes to the shrine, and upon seeing some girls in yukata, she hits me with the classic woman trap. Do I think she looks good in her normal clothes? Obviously, I know her well enough to know that she's more laid back when it comes to stuff like that, so I answer honestly and say I prefer everyday clothes to being dolled up. Thankfully, she seems happy. She catches a whiff of the takoyaki stall nearby and goes to buy some, but there's no taco in the yaki. We eat it anyway, and head towards the front when we get stopped by the luck draw. I test my Jack Frost 27 luck and win a kaleidoscope. We head home for the night, and I head to bed early. Welcome to Persona Every Day. Today's August 17th. Let's get going. I wake up to a call from Kenji asking me to go to the movies. It's a horror marathon, and if it was anyone but Kenji, I'd be down. Instead, I choose to rectify all of my commenters' anger towards my interactions with Maiko, and play with her. Her words, not mine. We play for a bit, and when Maiko asks what I want to do next, I say I want to go home. She doesn't understand that I'm way too old to be playing with her. I form a bond with the neglected child, and take my leave when she starts trying to relate to me. Imagine complaining about your parents getting divorced to an orphan. I get back just in time to witness Junpei and Yukari bullying Koromaru. I hit up karaoke and sleep. Welcome to Persona Every Day. Today's August 18th. Let's get going. Today I decide to take Liz on a date/adventure. We head to Naganaki Shrine, and I show her the offertory box. She promptly dumps millions of yen in as a sign of worship, before quickly getting distracted by the paper fortunes. I wait while she pulls every fortune possible, then go back to herding cats as she gets distracted by the playground. After some sick tricks, we head back to the Velvet Room. I finally fuse a Vitala with Maragi, rip to the Jack Bros, and discover I made a trade of a soul for a soul when I'm rewarded with the ability to fuse King Frost. I eat some ramen at Hagakure, then karaoke and head to bed. Welcome to Persona Every Day. Today's August 19th. Let's get going. I wake up to a phone call and, oh, Mr. Waz, I'm honored. He wants to go watch some nature documentaries, and lucky for him, I'm super down. I up my charm before heading into Tartarus. After a relatively uneventful climb through Yabasha, we come to the floor 98, and the first roadblock, Finger Nose. It seems like every boss at this point has Mind Charge, and this one is Ice type. I decide to swap out Akihiko for Mitsuru since he's weak to ice, and I ultimately find out that the boss is weak to fire, just after I got rid of Pyrojet. As soon as I figure that out, Koromaru and I steamroll through with a little help from 2B. While climbing up to the next roadblock, we come across an earlier boss, this time as a hallway fight. We whoop him, and I level up to level 31. By the way, here are my social stats. We hit floor 110 and call it. Welcome to Persona Every Day. Today's August 20th. Let's get going. Junpei's stressing about wasting his summer vacation when he comes across the goth lolly? She's drawing something, and Junpei, being his skirt-chasing self, he walks up and takes an interest. The goth lolly seems irritated at being stared at, as anyone would, so Junpei takes his leave. Unlike Creepazoid, I spend my day selling some spoils. I even trade my Valkyrie for a sword with Auto Terra Kaja that I'll totally remember to pick up tomorrow. I decide to continue my community service assignment and feed a pseudo-orphan a burger. She uses me as a therapist, and has a crying fit before we leave. I end the night by walking Koromaru, and finally leveling up my intelligence. Welcome to Persona Every Day. Today's August 21st. Let's get going. I wake up to a phone call from Yuko asking me on a movie date, and instant yes. We see some sports movies, and I become a badass. I say goodbye to Yuko, and give a fond farewell to Mandragora. I sing some karaoke by myself until it gets dark. I attempt to get into Mandragora, but it seems they get busy on the weekends. Afterwards, I hit the same old karaoke and sleep combo. I end the day with a cup of coffee, and head to bed early. Welcome to Persona Every Day. Today's August 22nd. Let's get going. Kaz calls me in the morning and asks me to go to the movies, but I have some plans for today. He insults my manhood, and leaves me to be the antisocial person I am, as I end up playing video games all day. Welcome to Persona Every Day. Today's August 23rd. Let's get going. Chihiro calls me when I wake up and asks me to go to the movies, but I, have other plans. Tanaka is selling some dragon boots, and they sound cool, so I picked them up. I decide to hop on Innocent Sin and see what Maya's up to. She's nowhere to be found, but I immediately get teleported in front of her. She says she's going to come clean with me. She decided not to send our chat log into the devs, as after reading through it, she realized all she was doing was bitching. She says she'll never see me again, but I tug at her heartstrings a little, because I know I'll see her after summer vacation. I fully mature the bond between me and the internet, and Maya logs off, saying she left me a message in the sand. I take a screenshot and log out as well. Welcome to Persona Everyday. Today's August 24th. Let's get going. We start the day by watching Ken experience what it's like to have parents. Shinji and Aki are fighting over getting a dog, apparently, and Shinji is almost swayed by the prospect of Koromaru belly rubs. Ken looks horrified at witnessing his first argument. We cut back from commercial to discover that Yukari and Koromaru want to go to the movies with me, so I legitimately flip a coin to decide. I realize now it would have been more fitting to take Koromaru since it landed on Tails, but on the bright side, I discover Yukari has a nerdy side for sports. Weird. I end the day with a cup of coffee and some studying. Welcome to Persona Everyday. Today's August 25th. Let's get going. I decide to take Koromaru to the movies, but he doesn't seem to want to go, so I ask Akihiko instead. We watch some kung fu movies, and Akihiko thinks he can set his hands on fire through hard work, dedication, and squats. We head home, and I stop at the mall to finally pick up my sword. Afterwards, I head to Cafe Chagall for what may be my final cup of coffee, as I maxed my charm stat. I head to bed early when I get back, as I plan on going to Tartarus tomorrow. Welcome to Persona Everyday. Today's August 26th. Let's get going. Android 18 tells me Koromaru wants to go out, and I take him up on his offer. We head to the movies, but I can't seem to convince management to let Koro in, so we leave and head to Tartarus. We start the fight with the natural dancer, and boy howdy is it a tough one. Thankfully, it doesn't have mind charge, but it has Sexy Dance, a move that can charm my entire party at once. On top of that, it has Tetrakarn, which negates the only reliable way I have of hitting it. I spend 57,000 yen to resummon Ares, only so that I can perform a triple fusion and get Rakunda and Kill Rush on the same persona. Unfortunately, I'm still frail, so I die to Magarudi. I discover that I can bewilder the boss, so I abuse Lamia and barely make it out after briefly turning on my party. I hit level 32 and climb to the top of Yabasha to end the day. Welcome to Persona Everyday. Today's August 27th. Let's get going. In a nice change of pace, Junpei asks me if I want to go to the movies. He finished eating his cup noodles first, though, as he said he'd faint on the way there. We watch a Die Hard movie marathon, and I learn that Junpei is a bit of a Westaboo. He wishes he'd been born in America, and talks about how cool and patriotic America is, while we walk Koromaru. I like these little movie dates. It kind of fleshes out these otherwise one-note characters. More stuff like this in Reload, please. After Koro's walk, I get a call from Kazushi asking if I want to hang out, but I decline, because I'm going to go to the movies again tomorrow. I end the night with a spot of studying. Welcome to Persona Everyday. Today's August 28th. Let's get going.
It's me.
Before I can get my day started, I get a knock on my door from Mitsuru. She basically comes to the door to let me know that there's a meeting. Does she not know what an email is? I ask Johnny 5 if she wants to go to the movies, and she learns that going out can be considered relaxing. They're showing ninja movies. She tells a joke about why the ninjas don't exist anymore, which is honestly a little funny, but she immediately acknowledges it's a joke, killing the mood. We head back to the meeting.
Good, you're all here.
Only to find out that Ken is joining the team. Apparently he asked to join. I learned from the group he uses a spear, and I check his persona to find he's only weak to Mudo and can learn Diorama. I head to Game Panic and play Mole Whackers to up my He-Ho Speedo, and get a call from Kaz when I get back. He really wants to hang. I declined and studied to end the night. Welcome to Persona Every Day. Today's August 29th. Let's get going. Junpei's wandering around the city again when he comes across the goth lolly. He asks her some weird questions, but he's so socially inept that he doesn't understand he's being weird and creepy. Meanwhile, Fuka and I go on a movie date. She says the genre intrigued her, and when we get there we find out it's hard science fiction. Hard sci-fi is the more realistic side, rather than stuff like Star Wars or Alien. Think Blade Runner and Ex Machina. Anyway, we walk out, and in typical dork fashion, Fuka goes on a bender talking about the movie. It's kinda cute. I drop her off at the dorm, and make my way to Club Escapade, and I finally catch the monk drinking. He gives me a pretty short lecture on respect, then sends me on my way. I hit the hay as soon as I get home. Welcome to Persona Every Day. Today's August 30th. Let's get going. Welcome back to QVC. I'm your host, Berea Huaito. Today on the block, we've got a nice set of Varuna bracers, but I'm the one that's buying them, so they're not for sale. After my little stint on TV, I decided to ask Mitsuru to go to the movies, and thankfully, it's her one day off this month. We get there, and I discover it's a romance movie marathon, which is fitting for Mitsuru, in a way. Unfortunately, she complains about inconsistencies in the movie's plot while we walk Kodomaru, but eventually, she apologizes for coming off as critical, and acknowledges that she did have fun today. I see her off, and then I head to bed. Welcome to Persona Every Day. Today's August 31st. Let's get going. Junpei has another run-in with the goth lolly, who apparently has a wounded hand. Junpei shows some concern, but gets made fun of.
You're weird.
Before finding out her name is Chidori. Back to main character Kun, Ken sheepishly asks if I want to go to the movies, and we go watch the newest Marvel movie. It's kind of adorable seeing a kid act like a kid in a Persona game. After Ken gushes about superheroes, we head to Tartarus. I take today as a sort of mini grind session, and also try to complete some of Liz's objectives. I never encounter a treasure hand throughout the day, which is disappointing, but I do encounter the knights who must always dodge my wind spells. I grab the last of the reins, and level up to 34 in the process. I wasn't really paying attention.
Be careful! I sense death!
And as I round the corner, I get legitimately jump scared by the Reaper. I encounter the tiaras I've been hunting for after what seems like forever, and do them in with a swift hee-ho to end the day. Welcome to Persona Every Day. Today's September 1st. Let's get going. Today's my birthday. Thank you all so much for continuing to watch every day. I appreciate you all. School also starts up today, and I'm unlucky to get called on immediately. Thankfully, I understand basic electronics, so I know the question. At lunch, everyone wants to hang out with the birthday boy, but
I know what I have to do, but I don't know if I have the strength to do it.
I decide that, on today of all days, I should hang with Kenji. We go get ramen, just like our first time together. He talks through his thoughts, and arrives at the conclusion that if he can't find a girlfriend, he'll turn me into one instead. He hands me a choker, and the greatest birthday present I could ever ask for. We never have to see this dork again. I get back from being feminized to discover that Robot Jones is coming to school. After a brief shopping trip, I trade in Rakshasa to make a pair of gloves for Aki, then up he-ho Speedo at Game Panic. I close out the night with some studying. Welcome to Persona Every Day. Today's September 2nd. Let's get going. The day starts with Maya introducing us to a new classmate, Data. The Hitachi Magic Wand takes a seat next to me, and we proceed with class. I get a text from Akihiko during break, asking me if I could come with him today to run some errands. I happily agree, as I get to spend some time with my senpai. We end up waiting outside Hagakure for a bit, before Shinjiro comes out and we confront him. Aki tells Shinji he needs to join now, as Ken is a part of the team. With no other options, we get our final party member added to our team.
Then count me in.
To celebrate, I play the quiz game at Game Panic, and study before bed. Welcome to Persona Every Day. Today's September 3rd. Let's get going. After class, Yukari calls me over, and asks if we can go to the roof to talk in private. When we get there, she apologizes for what she said at Yakushima. I had almost forgotten, so I guess I accept her apology. She relates to me, and I form a bond with the popular girl.
Hey.
Shinji greets me when I get home, so I take some time to check out his stats. He wields an axe, a weapon with low accuracy, but he has no resistances or weaknesses, so he seems pretty reliable in combat. I pick up Aki's new weapon, then decide to finally talk to Tanaka. He says I could be rich beyond my wildest dreams if I just give him 20,000 yen, the modern day equivalent of $137. I know I'm being scammed, but I give it up anyway, as I might as well have something to do at night. Speaking of, I head home and immediately go to bed. Welcome to Persona Everyday. Today's September 4th. Let's get going. Junpei meets up with Chidori again today. He comments on how her hand is miraculously healed, and she deflects by trying to discuss philosophy with the guy whose IQ barely cracks room temperature. Junpei sits down and basically outs himself as a member of CEASE before,
For real?
Chidori cons him into spilling the beans about the group. While the Kirijo group's downfall begins, I decide to start a new segment, Fuka Friday. Now that I've maxed out my courage, I can finally help Fuka out with her problems. Unfortunately, her problem is a trope that I despise. The smart or kind girl not knowing how to cook. I'm completely forward and honest, as I think that's the best way to fix the problem. She takes it surprisingly well, and I form a bond with the dorky girl. After I drop Fuka off at the dorm, I get swindled out of another 10,000 yen by Tanaka, and decide to head to bed. Welcome to Persona Everyday. Today's September 5th, and it's a full moon. Junpei gets ghosted by Chidori.
Don't move.
Or kidnapped, I guess. Oh well. Anyway, we learn that this month's shadow is at Polonia, and with Ken not being able to find Junpei, we head there, and boy does it look sick as fuck. Fuka and Siri figure out the shadow has taken over the power cables, and luckily, Shinji overheard the head of the club talking about where the main breaker was, so we head there and find our target. I brought the boys with, and it pays off, as the shadow uses Zeo skills. I decide to play medic for the fight, and let Koro, Aki, and Shinji pull their weight. Apparently, Koro was pulling all of our weights, as he lands 2 crits after Rebellion drops, and Aki lands 1, allowing us to beat this boss in 1 try. I level up to 35, and we head back to the dorm to discover Junpei on the roof with Chidori.
Oh my god, it's got a gun!
Junpei saves us, and Mitsuru confirms that Junpei likes mentally unstable bitches, to end the day. Welcome to Persona Everyday. Today's September 6th. Let's get going. Mitsuru and Akihiko are at the hospital interrogating our prisoner. Chidori unfortunately knows her rights, and is refusing to answer any questions without a lawyer. Speaking of, her lawyer, Junpei arrives. Mitsuru threatens to take away Chidori's sketchbook, which finally elicits a reaction. Aki decides to call it, as he, too, can see this is going nowhere. Meanwhile, I buy myself a brand name watch and some snuff soles, as I'm rich as hell from the past few Tartarus trips. After some base life advice from Shinji, I head to the mall and buy a few new swords for the crew, then eat it with Katsu. I run into Tanaka at the mall, and he blatantly robs me of my paycheck, before telling me it was all a scam. He starts talking shit, thinking I can't hear him, but I call him on it, and he runs over to try and cover his ass. I make a deal with the devil, finally confirming I will not be skipping the final boss, and head to bed when I get home. Welcome to Persona Everyday. Today's September 7th. Let's get going. At lunch, Yukari asked me to hang out after school. Fuka does too, but she has a reserved spot for Fridays. I ignore both of them, however, and head to kendo practice. The coach calls Kaz to the nurse's office, and Yuko says he's been pretty obviously favoring his knee. We followed to find out Kaz's mom is the reason coach found out. I get asked if I knew anything, and I go to cover for him, but Kaz tells me not to lie, and comes clean. The rest of the team comes in full support no less. If Kaz had been open from the get-go, we would have supported him. After practice, I find there's not really much to do, so I hit the punching bag at Game Panic. When I get home, Kaz and I set up some plans for Sunday, and I study. Welcome to Persona Everyday. Today's September 8th. Let's get going. Mitsuru and Akihiko are bullying Chidori again, and Fuka's there to watch today. Junpei shows up again, and says that Chidori's been on his mind day and night. He notices her hand bleeding, and Akihiko says that she's been self-harming in the hospital. Junpei feebly tells her to stop, and then leaves for the day. Back to me. I decide to take Chihiro out for sweets to celebrate the new semester. She tells me she's been dreaming about me ever since I saved her from that weed. I get some Gasai vibes. She says she might finally be getting over her fear of men, and I surprise the little androphobe with a kiss.
Do it.
Apparently, that was the wrong thing to do, as not only does she flip out and call me trash, it reverses the social link. I seek out some life advice from the only father figure I have access to, Tanaka. but he teaches me about placebos instead. Maybe I can gaslight her into thinking I didn't kiss her. Oh well, I study before bed. Welcome to Persona Every Day. Today's September 9th. Let's get going. At lunch, Yuko asks if I want to go over to her house to celebrate our coaching success. After the game just straight up doxes her, Yuko breaks the awkward silence by pointing out my long, beautiful eyelashes and asks me if I like kids. Her wording is a little weird, and I feel like I'm going to get Chris Hansen, but I do enjoy the little rascals from time to time. She asks if I would rather have a gay son or a thought daughter, and since there's no option for both, I answer other. She replies by basically saying she wants my babies, then kicks me out of sheer embarrassment. I shrug, and take Koro-chan for a walk before studying. Welcome to Persona Every Day. Today's September 10th. Let's get going. I pranked Junpei in culture class for not listening, because apparently he has other things on his mind.
Yo, Chidorita.
Don't call me that.
Shinji visits today too, and it's a good thing he showed, as Chidori gets attacked by her own persona. He gives her some pills to help with that, and Akihiko chases him down for questioning, while Junpei gets another philosophy lesson. Aki catches up with Shinji, hands him a knuckle sandwich, and delivers the worst exposition I've ever seen. Yukari and I were literally standing right there when it happened, but we don't call attention to it. Instead, we talk about flowers, a topic I have zero experience in. Yukari plays a little pompous brat, and then goes, "Oh, look at the time," the universal girl code for leave me alone. I shrug, and after a call from Liz, I hang out with Mutatsu-san, and study before bed. Welcome to Persona Every Day. Today's September 11th. Let's get going. We start the day off with another lesson from Aragawa-sensei. Today we learn about how the Renaissance influenced the discovery of magic, in part by the people who translated ancient Greek and Roman texts. We also learn about John Dee and Hohenheim, two famous magicians throughout history. Welcome back to Fuka Friday. We're here with another episode of Fuka Can't Cook. It's made worse by the addition of a kitten who can't stand Fuka's disgusting home cooking. That's it. That's the end of Fuka Friday. I cleanse my palate, both mentally and physically, by sitting down with Mutatsu-san, who gives me a lesson on relationships, before turning into Master Roshi and asking me to pull some ladies up there for him. I head back and study before bed. Welcome to Persona Every Day. Today's September 12th. Let's get going. Ono-sensei gives us another lesson on samurai, even going so far as to skip a huge chunk of the curriculum again. We cut to Chidorita and Vic Mignogna in the hospital, where we see her performing magic on some flowers. Junpei starts talking about his childhood, and that strikes a nerve with Chidori. Speaking of striking out with women, I go on the hunt for Chihiro to fix my mistake from last week. I find her outside the library, and we head up to the roof, where she asks if she's annoying. I guess my gaslighting was a success. I get home, and find out Shinji's been buying Koro dog food, and Junpei's been having an existential crisis. I play the quiz game at the mall, and head to bed.
Hi.
Welcome to Persona Every Day. Today's September 13th. Let's get going. I have lunch plans with Kaz, but all he does is complain about his knee hurting. I say goodbye to him, and head into Tartarus. I spend a little time hunting a treasure hand in Yabasha, and after the most stressful encounter to date, I head up to Zaya, the next block. I level up a few times, and miss out on another treasure hand, before making it to floor 122. I notice that the boss is an enemy I fought before that's weak to Zio, so I go back to grab Akihiko, but apparently its weaknesses are inverted. Thankfully, they're weak to Bufu, so good old reliable JF helps me clear it with minor difficulties.
Hee-hoo! Hee-hoo! Hee-hoo!
I drop back down to swap the party out to give Yukari and Junpei some EXP, and after some level ups I realize I haven't exactly been keeping everyone up to par. I end the day by hitting level 42, and climbing to floor 135. Welcome to Persona Every Day. Today's September 14th. Let's get going. We get a lesson on nuclear fission in science class. It turns into political science though, when I get asked who's allowed to make nukes. Hint, it's not Japan. I ignore Fuka's advances at lunch, as it isn't Friday, and I head to kendo practice. On to the meat and potatoes of today. I spend an ungodly amount of time setting up my persona list. It goes from a full party to this tighter-knit group, as I summon King Frost and Hanuman, the latter of which is immediately fused into my sword, and then resummoned for an ungodly amount of money. Hooray, capitalism. I also make some more steroids for JF, and let him hit the punching bag before bed. Welcome to Persona Everyday. Today's September 15th. Let's get going. I run into Chihiro on my way out of class and ask her if she wants to make out again. Instead, we end up at the library. I get home and do my classic shimmy dance over to Koromaru, who I take on a walk with Shinji. He mentions that there's a storm coming, but I pay no attention and I just vibe. When we get back, I study to end the day. Welcome to Persona Everyday. Today's September 16th. Let's get going. On the way into school, I hear a rumor about Yukari dressing up in a maid costume for the Culture Festival. I investigate the rumor after class over some takoyaki. Yukari. Anyway, we get back to the dorm,
Welcome back.
and Mitsuru frets about an incoming typhoon or whatever. I realize the Culture Festival is this coming Saturday, and I go pick up my sword from the antique shop. I end the night by playing the quiz game at Game Panic and studying. Welcome to Persona Everyday. Today's September 17th. Let's get going. Yukari hits me up at lunch, but I have bigger and better plans. I go hang out with my favorite G4 television show host, Wozniak-kun, and learn that, damn, I suck at art. After club, we all go to head out, when Fuka seems to be in pain. She says she has a minor headache, and Scott responds that she should take care of it, as even minor headaches have a chance of being dangerous. He gets super invested in Fuka's brain, and my clubmates tell me he likes to play doctor. After learning that Waz-senpai is, actually autistic,
I am a surgeon! I am a surgeon! Dr. Han, I am a surgeon!
I head out to Club Escapade and spend some time with Mutatsu-san before studying to end the night. Welcome to Persona Everyday. Today's September 18th. Let's get going. I head straight home from school today, as that massive typhoon everyone's been talking about is finally here. I got drenched on the way home, and everyone, i.e. Junpei, makes fun of me for it. He asks what my plans are for the weekend, and I don't really have any now that I can't see Yukari in a maid outfit. Ed Elric over here decides he's going to use this time to brag about having a girlfriend, as if I don't already have 3. Yukari expresses relief over not having to wear a maid outfit, and I call an early night. Only to be greeted by Igor. He mentions how he foresees tragedy, and grants me the ability to fuse 4 personas before I start to fall back asleep.
Until we meet again, farewell.
Welcome back to Persona Everyday, and today is September 21st! I slept for 3 days? Oh well. Everyone's happy I'm feeling better, and I hope all of you are happy I'm back. Yukari suggests I get some fresh air, and I agree, and head to Naganaki Shrine. I run into Maiko, and she introduces me to someone she calls Striped Shirt. He makes sure I'm not some weirdo, then wanders off when Maiko says she wants takoyaki. We head to Octopia, where Maiko stuffs herself with octopus balls, before whining about how her birthday's coming up. She runs off, implying she'll get beat if laundry isn't done, and I head to the mall. With my newfound power Igor's given me, I decide it's finally time to let Jack Frost go. I resummon Pyrojack, and fuse Huapo and Sarasvati into Queen Mob, which allows me to fuse the persona that should carry me through the next 3 months. Black Frost.
He's black?
I resummon JF anyway, as no price is too steep for friendship. I get a call from Scooter, but I'm too busy studying to hang out. Welcome to Persona Everyday. Today's September 22nd. Let's get going. I start the day off by pulling a fortune for Yuko, but God literally tells me that it's no use. Huh. Anyway, I head to Tartarus today, with the goal of hitting the top of the current block. I come face to face with the table, and let me tell you, I definitely stubbed my toe on this one. It fires off a Miragi Dine that instantly kills everyone but me, then finishes me off with a Megidola. Megidola actually becomes the bane of my existence in this fight, as I have no way of resisting or nullifying it. I legit just have to hope that the table doesn't use it. Here's some highlights of that hot mess. I figure out a strategy that requires me to avoid one Megidola, that uses magic mirrors to reflect Miragi Dine back, but the boss randomly decides to start using Evil Smile, so I just walk on through it. I level up to level 43, and I hit floor 139. Welcome to Persona Everyday. Today's September 23rd. Let's get going. They're running a one-day special film festival, and I invite Shinjiro. He seems hesitant, considering the movie's an animal survival documentary, but as we walk out of the theater, he looks like he's been crying. I drop the big softie off at the dorm, and finally tell Ikutsuki-san I'm sick of his jokes, before heading to the mall. I sell some stuff and play the quiz game, finally maxing out all of my social stats. I get a call from Chihiro when I get back, and we make plans for Sunday. Welcome to Persona Every Day. Today's September 24th. Let's get going. There's a lesson in class about stress, but since I'm a genius now, I take a nap. I wake up for lunch and discover that Chihiro and Scott both are obsessed with me. Afternoon classes get cancelled, and my class has to help clean up after the canceled school festival. We head to the science room where the photography club had everything set up. After some light banter that is probably the best dialogue I've seen in the game, like seriously, it makes us actually come off as classmates, Junpei walks in with some supplies, but he forgot the bubble wrap. He tries to trick Kenji into going to get it with the allure of hot babes, but Kenji doesn't fall for it. We get back to cleaning, and old boy says he's sad the festival didn't happen, as he planned to go up on stage for a comedy routine with one of us. We all reject his proposal, and get back to our lives. I head to Kendo with Kaz, and then hang with Mutatsu-san. Welcome to Persona Every Day. Today's September 25th. Let's get going. Kaz comes up to me at lunch, but I ignore him, as it's Fuka Friday. We go to the strip mall, and Fuka tells me that in order to get better at cooking, she wants to cook my favorite food. Hint, it's chicken parm with spaghetti. She fishes for compliments, and I'm half tempted to tell her off. But we have a working relationship, so I decide to play nice. I navigate these social traps beautifully, and after dropping her off at the dorm, I go hang with Mutatsu-san. He starts our interaction off with a drunken rant about my hair, which is kind of funny, as IRL I recently just got my hair cut. He says I should shave it all off, and I play along, saying that might be cool. But he lectures me on how hair isn't fashion, it's just hair, and I'm gonna lose it all eventually. All this old man speech is making me tired, so I head to bed. Welcome to Persona Every Day. Today's September 26th. Let's get going. Our math teacher's sick, so Edogawa stands in. In place of a math lesson, he teaches us about numerology, a form of magic founded in part by the Pythagorean theorem guy. It's actually a neat lesson on how numbers can correspond to different things. I leave class to go hang with Yuko, but she seems a little pissed at me. I have zero clue what I did wrong, and she confronts me on the roof. I successfully gaslight her into believing that she's the problem, and then ditch her to walk Koro with Shinji. He shows a little concern for me being sick, and after promising to make Koro some food, we head home. Welcome to Persona Every Day. Today's September 27th. Let's get going. I almost forgot I set up a Sunday date with Chihiro, so we go and get coffee at Cafe Chagall. She apologizes for how weird she's been acting, but I distract from the gaslighting and manipulation to ask if she wants sugar for her coffee. She says yes, and I learn she has a bit of a sweet tooth. I give her a present, a book cover, because, well, 1, she's a nerd, and 2, she loved it anyway, so I walk her to the station, and then head back to the mall to play Mole Whackers with Black Frost. I head home and go to bed, and Pharaohs comes in to remind me that there's a full moon in a week.
Good evening.
Why does everyone keep warning me about October 4th? Welcome to Persona Every Day. Today's September 28th. Let's get going. During math class, I fall asleep, thanks to Pharaohs interrupting me last night. At lunch, Fuka really wants to hang, but I tell her my autistic schedule dictates that she hangs with me on Fridays. Instead, I head to kendo practice, where Coach calls a meeting just to bully Kazushi about his knee. Speaking of Kaz, me and him head to ramen, where he professes that he's starting to feel like a burden to everyone, including me. I try to cheer him up, but the mood is soured, so we dip. I hit up Game Panic for my daily dopamine, and Black Frost hits Punching Bag for his strength increase. Welcome to Persona Every Day. Today's September 29th. Let's get going. Since Yuko is nowhere to be found, I decide to take Chihiro on a date, since I guess we're also dating. Yikes, haven't visited them in like 4 months. Chihiro finds a series of books she really wants, but she's too broke to buy them. I definitely have more than enough to remedy the situation, and IRL, I genuinely would buy her the books right then and there, but alas, the game does not allow me. She hides them, and we go to leave, and overhear a bickering couple. Chihiro hits me with some profound philosophy about some people wanting desperately to cling to things they're losing, and I ponder that thought as I head home. When I get there, Fuka says there's a new video to watch, and wouldn't you know it, it's footage of her room. My voyeuristic fantasies coming to life, I watch as Fuka worries about her figure in her swimsuit, then tries on one of Tanaka's bogus devices. Mitsuru knocks for Fuka, and...
Yes, I'm coming!
Ooh boy, I can't wait to see that in Reload. I have to go. Welcome to Persona Everyday. Today's September 30th. Let's get going. I finally get a chance to hang with Yuko, but we end up just getting burgers. I get home, and I get reminded again that October 4th is coming up. It's like everyone wants me to be anxious going into the next operation. To calm my nerves, I head to Game Panic and pull a Lucky Fortune for Black Frost to increase his magic stat. Welcome to Persona Everyday. Today's October 1st. Let's get going. It's finally Spooky Month, and Ono-sensei has decided that means it's time to learn about Masamune Date. I don't learn much in class, but at least I stayed awake for the lesson. After class, I decide to head to the art club and spend some time with other content creators. The club advisor comes in to tell us that the Waza is a finalist in a contest. We all congratulate him, but he plays it off, saying it's just beginner's luck. He's more humble than I thought. We all go to leave, and one of our clubmates just straight up fucking dies. Dr. Scott checks on him more, and takes him to the nurse's office. So, I head to Escapade to hang with Mutatsu-san. Welcome to Persona Everyday. Today's October 2nd. Let's get going. It's Fuka Friday again. We head to the mall, and she laments her inability to cook. She says she's not good at anything, but I deny that, as she's a very important party member. She doesn't seem super happy about that, and tells me about how she likes working with electronics. She says she learned it from her dad, and gets a little embarrassed about it. I say, don't be embarrassed about your hobbies, as the things you love are what make you unique. Moving on from me spouting life quotes, I go speak to the wise old drunk monk, who weirdly asks about my money situation. I'm not rolling in it, but I'm also not broke, and Mutatsu-san gets mad I can't give him a straight answer, so he asks if I want anything. I tell him no, and he says that in life, to earn enough, you have to work too much. He says the average salaryman earns 250 million yen in his lifetime, the modern equivalent of $1,670,000, and advises me not to waste time trying to get rich, but rather live a rich life. Welcome to Persona Everyday. Today's October 3rd. Let's get going. In class, Miss Toriyumi reminds us that exams are right around the corner, so give me some questions down in the comments. You might just get answered. Maya also goes off about how hip she is, and even says she knows all the cool lingo for 2009. After class, I get burgers with Yuko, then head to the mall for my entrepreneurial lesson of the day. Tanaka asks me about stocks, and says his company just went public. He thinks it's hilarious that most of his investors are also his customers, but isn't that normal? Welcome to Persona Everyday. It's finally October 4th. Fuka found this month's boss at the station, but Shinji and Ken are both missing, so Yukari sends Junpei to go get at least Ken. Koromaru does his famous October 4th backflip, and we head to the station. Junpei couldn't find Ken, and Shinji's still missing, so we just head into the fight. Strength protects Fortune, who turns this fight into a casino. I only get unlucky a few times, and thankfully the boss doesn't have many party-wide moves, so we demolish Strength right after I figure out that the wheel is super easy to manipulate. If you just mash the button, it'll always land on a party heal, a defense down for the opponent, or fear for the opponent. After destroying the boss, which Link said was way harder than the table, we find Shinji and Ken in an alley. Ken says that Shinji killed his mom 2 years ago, and that he's here to take revenge. Shinji accepts his fate, and warns Ken that by killing him, the same number of killers remains in this world. Assassin Jesus shows up and says, "Nuh-uh, you both die," then shoots Shinji. He goes to shoot Ken.
Maria!
Shinji fucking died. Welcome to Persona Everyday. Today's October 5th. Let's get going. We have a morning assembly to hold a funeral for Shinjiro. Some disrespectful shit sitting in front of us won't shut up, so Junpei and I tell him to, but Maya settles us down. At lunch, Mitsuru comes up to us to tell us we're having a meeting today. She looks like she's holding herself together, but that could be a facade. Akihiko is absent today, and after school he makes his way to the shrine in the auditorium, and has a heart-to-heart with his best friend. He talks himself through the pain of losing someone close, and after realizing that holding on to guilt and grief isn't going to change anything...
Alright, Shinji. You watch from there with Miki.
Akihiko's resolve grants him an evolution of his persona, transforming Polydeices into Caesar. I head back to the dorm after Kendo for our meeting about Ken. Mitsuru sends Robo-chan to get the kid, and Fuka starts blaming herself for Shinji's death. We all reassure her that it isn't her fault, when suddenly the Terminatrix comes running in to tell us Ken ran away. Everyone besides Fuka just kinda doesn't care, including me. punching bag time. Welcome to Persona Everyday. Today's October 6th. Let's get going. Yuko's missing, and so is everyone else. Oh yeah, it's the week before exams. I decided to pull a fortune for her instead. Liz calls and lets me know Tartarus got bigger. We cut to the back alley and catch up with Ken. Aki knew exactly where to find him and confronts him. Ken laments the fact that no one will ever learn the truth about his mom or Shinji, and Aki basically tells him to put up or shut up. He leaves, and after Ken realizes that he's been running away from his problems,
Shinjiro-san, I'll see it through to the end.
Ken's resolve grants him an evolution of his persona, transforming Nemesis into Kalanemi. Back at the dorm, we all sit in awkward silence. Koto hears someone at the door, and it's Ken. He's returned to us, and wow, Fuka and Yukari are short. Anyway, I spend some time with Tanaka, who's got perverted things on the mind. He even tells me he wants me to model in my underwear. I sneak away from him and head to bed.
Hello!
Welcome to Persona Everyday. Today's October 7th. Let's get going. Exams are creeping up on us, and I'd love to answer any questions you guys have, even those not regarding the series. In the meantime, I nailed a question from Miss Onishi on why matadors have a red capote de brega. Bulls actually can't see the color red, so it's mainly for the audience. I decide to hang with Maiko since everyone is busy studying, and then end the day with the lucky fortune for Black Frost. Welcome to Persona Everyday. Today's October 8th. Let's get going. Another short day today, as all I really do is hang out with Maiko and Mutatsu-san. I'm glad there's a bit of a lull, especially after the jam-packed days we've had all month. I hope you have a good day. Welcome to Persona Everyday. Today's October 9th. Let's get going. This will be the final time I mention it, but exams are creeping up on us, so don't forget to ask some really good questions in the comments. After class, I have a quick chat with Giru, and she brings up that she might be experiencing some form of sadness about Shinji's death. Rather than debate the idea that robots can have emotions, I instead head to Naganaki Shrine, and accidentally pull a fortune for Hidetoshi instead of Kaz like I meant. To top off my daily failure, the fortune was bad luck, and I lose some money and become tired thanks to it. I take some time to rest, and visit Mutatsu-san, who conveniently is complaining about needing some rest of his own. He says he drank too much, and talks about the ups and downs of living alone. I go to leave, and he hints that the memorial service he's performing tomorrow is actually for Shinji. I hope that was purely coincidence. Welcome to Persona Everyday. Today's October 10th. Let's get going. In class, Ono-sensei gives us another thrilling lesson on Masamune Date in the Sengoku era. After school, I hang with Maiko, and she tells me she celebrated her birthday recently, and that her parents didn't forget. I've never wanted more in life than to insult this child, but I hold back for the sake of my comments. She ponders why her parents might be getting a divorce, and decides that she'll just ask them, and then get rid of the problem. I shake my head as I go on a walk with Ken and Koto. Ken apologizes for everything he's done over the past week, and says he's going to be alright. He challenges Koto to a race, and we head home. Welcome to Persona Everyday. Today's October 11th. Let's get going. It's Sunday, so it's time for the shopping channel. Today, Tanaka's selling a pair of remote control sandals, and he Billy Mazes me with instant ramen, making this an instant buy. I decide to meet with that striped shirt guy Maiko mentioned, as one of my commenters said this is highly regarded as the best social link in possibly the whole series, so you know I have to find out if that's true. After exchanging some words, he says he's missing his pen, and a beast with white fur and red eyes may have stolen it. While I'm here, I pull a fortune for Chihiro. I get back to the dorm, and take the pen back from Kotomaru, before ultimately taking him on a walk. We get to the shrine and meet Scott Delaz outside. We chit-chat for a while Koro plays in the shrine, and we head home. Welcome to Persona Everyday. Today's October 12th. Let's get going. I hang with Maiko again today, and it's going to be the last time for a while, as everyone will finally be free next week. I take Black Frost to hit the punching bag, and have an early night in preparation for tomorrow's exams. Welcome to Persona Everyday. Today's October 13th. Let's get going. Today's the start of our Q&A, and our first question comes from Lucy Animates. He asks if I've seen the Persona 3 movies. I actually own all of them. I came across them at this really cool Asian supermarket in 2021, and I told myself I'd watch them when I beat the game. I also own the Daybreakers OVA for Persona 5. I'm currently on the hunt for the P4 anime. I can't wait to find that in physical. Our next question comes from Ducks in My Head. They ask what my main motivation for the series is. For a while, I kept coming across YouTube shorts of people's Nuzlocke runs for Pokemon, and I figured that the series would do well like this. I also am a huge fan of challenge run content, as well as seeing some people who have played Persona every day, but were uploading the whole day rather than chopping up and condensing it. So I had a light bulb moment back in March, that I could totally do this with P3, which I'd been wanting to play for a while. Welcome to Persona Every Day. Today's October 14th. Let's get going. Today's question comes from Ethan Mull, who asks if I think the difficulty should be lower in Reload. I actually think the game is going to be relatively easy, maybe easier than Persona 5, just due to the fact that there's so much more to do now. I'd prefer it if it was harder, but I can understand why that might not be the case. Welcome to Persona Every Day. Today's October 15th. Let's get going. Our question today comes from Nocturne, who asks if I'm planning to do any challenge runs. I mentioned challenge runs yesterday, and I do want to do some, but they'd most likely end up as longer form videos on the channel, as opposed to shorts. I think if I was going to do a challenge run, I'd want to do a blind run of P3 Reload with just Jack Frost. I feel like that'd be really fun. Welcome to Persona Every Day. Today's October 16th. Let's get going. Today's question comes from Ayman Zhao Aoi, who asks my thoughts on social links being locked behind other social links. The execution's a little shoddy in this game, but I really dig the idea. It feels like you're being introduced to your friend's friends, and the idea of that whole personality A with friend group type B. With better execution, I think there's something here, especially for multiple playthroughs. Welcome to Persona Every Day. Today's October 17th. Let's get going. Our final question comes from Link, who asks if I'm left-handed. Unfortunately, I am a filthy righty, but I do use my left hand to do things like wipe my ass and clean up dog poop. Thank you for all your questions. I'm sorry I couldn't get to them all. Hopefully there's another exam in December. To celebrate the end of exams, I take Yuko out for coffee. She apologizes profusely for the awkwardness of last time, and implies that it may have just been her motherly instincts. She also says that coaching those kids showed her what she wants to be in life, an athletic trainer. She says she realized that she doesn't have much life experience, and when thinking about having her own kids, she wouldn't know where to begin. Yuko thanks me and heads home, while I head for a walk with Koromaru. Hey Kenji, you like older women, right? Welcome to Persona Every Day. Today's October 18th. Let's get going. It's Sunday, and we're back on our usual schedule starting today. Tanaka's selling some Indra bracers, and even more instant ramen, so you know I snag it. After my weekly shopping spree, I give the guy in the striped pajamas his pen back. He introduces himself as Akinari, then gives a romantic prose about the liveliness of youth and the darkness of his own peril. See, Akinari's dying of a genetic disease with no cure, and tells me I shouldn't waste my time hanging around him, as I have so much life to live. I form a bond with the dying man, then head back to the dorm to discover a new video to watch. This time it's of Akihiko, who's having trouble coming to grips that he's not good with girls. He even bought a self-help book to teach him how not to be so timid. It tells him to try humor as an icebreaker, but...
What am I, the chairman?
I, hang with Mutatsu-san to end the night. Welcome to Persona Every Day. Today's October 19th. Let's get going. Exam results were posted today, so I go to check, and I made top of class, even with a few missed answers, too. Miss Miyahara asks us about calendars, and thankfully I remember that leap years exist. After a quick kendo practice, I break into Tartarus for a little grind and explore action. I hear something that almost breaks my heart.
Did you see that, Shinji?
And level up a few times before coming to floor 146, where I take a moment to clean up my persona list. I jump back up to fight the boss, and oh boy, it's another mind-charged, party-wide dying spell fight again, with a break spell thrown in there. I learned pretty quick that my remaining attack and magic mirrors work wonders at protecting me while I take a chance to set up. And I also learned that I can abuse the AI in this fight. By switching to Take Mikazuchi, which is immune to electric, I can force him to waste turns casting Elec Break, giving me chances to whittle down their health. I call it after my quick victory. Welcome to Persona Every Day. Today's October 20th. Let's get going. We start the day with a rare peek into Fuka's class, where Natsuki, her Gyaru friend, is saying her goodbyes as she's transferring. Her and Fuka head to the roof, where they have a heart-to-heart about their living situations, and why they connected in the first place. Gyaru-chan says she has to go pack, and Fuka chases after her, before delivering some Kingdom Hearts dialogue.
Even if we're apart, we'll still be connected.
Fuka's resolve grants her an evolution of her persona, transforming Lucia into Juno. Back to main character Kun, I seem to be pretty popular at lunch, and decide since I have nothing better to do, I'll go to kendo practice. Yuko comments on Kaz's knee and awkwardly asks a junior to massage it for him. We leave, and Kaz and I head to Wakatsu, where he gives me some sports tape and says he's going to get surgery for his knee instead of being selfish and trying to compete. After maxing out my second social link, I hang with the old slave driver Tanaka and let him vent about his shitty employees. Welcome to Persona Everyday. Today's October 21st. Let's get going. At lunch, I get ambushed by Hidetoshi for the first time in months, asking me if I have any leads on the smoking in the boys' room. I completely forgot that's what he wanted, so I just ignore him in favor of taking Yuko out for takoyaki. To end the night, I pull a lucky fortune for Black Frost, and I guess the fortune teller's spooky Dr. Edgar. Ooh. Welcome to Persona Everyday. Today's October 22nd. Let's get going. We learn about soybeans in class, and thanks to my many years of being a weeb, I actually know what natto is. After class, I can't find Yuko or Chihiro, and wouldn't you know it, that one's mad at me anyway. So I arrive early to art club and find Senor Wozniak parading himself. I make my presence known, and the scooter tells me his dad said he had to quit art club and focus on his academics. He says that if he doesn't win the contest, he's gonna quit and follow in his father's footsteps and become a doctor. I really feel like the school needs a therapist. Speaking of therapists, I spent some time with Mutatsu-san, who rambles on about stress relief, and eventually he brings up his son before going quiet. I can sense he views me as a son, and he shows that concern by telling me to be careful on my way home. Welcome to Persona Everyday. Today's October 23rd. Let's get going. Edogawa gives us another magic lesson today, this time on more modern magicians, like Aleister Crowley and Madame Blavatsky. We cut to what may be our shortest Fuka Friday yet, as all we really do is eat at Wakatsu, before heading into Tartarus. I have a few goals today, of which only 2 were met, as I'm slain not once, but twice in hallway fights. I even made it to just before the next roadblock, floor 159, and got creamed. Thankfully though, Ken carries me up to where I should be, landing crits and just overall proving his worth. I climbed to level 49, just shy of my goal of 53, and hit floor 160, where I encounter the greatest intercontinental champion of all time.
I'm gonna get ya!
Fortunately, it's an easy fight, and I outdamage him to win.
And I'll never forgive myself, it's the worst day of my life!
I reach the top of the block, and it looks like the top of Tartarus, cause I don't see any stairs anywhere. Welcome to Persona Everyday. Today's October 24th. Let's get going. Yukari's paying a visit to the student council room, and Mitsuru wanders in and questions why she's there. Yukari answers a question with a question, asking what reason Mitsuru has to fight. She says she's lost her own reason, and it won't matter anyway, as the next full moon isn't the last. She leaves, and Mitsuru looks concerned, but we won't find out right now why, as I'm on a date with Yuko, and afterwards I feed Black Frost, and here's his stats.
80 luck, baby!
We end the night with Tanaka, and he talks about going to his high school reunion. He subtly brings up the fact that he grew up poor and bullied, before relishing in the fact that he's way more successful than his schoolmates. Welcome to Persona Everyday. Today's October 25th. Let's get going. I wake up from a nightmare about Tanaka, only to watch the Home Shopping channel and see Tanaka. He's selling brand name items for dirt cheap, so you know they're either stolen or fake. I don't really care, to be honest. It's stuff to give my teammates. I take some time to hang with Akinaru, and he tells me I'm not like others. Apparently everyone handles him with kid gloves, and some even pity him. He says there isn't much to be gained from staying alive too long, but I disagree with him, because there are major things that are worth living for. He thanks me for coming, and I head back to grab Kodomaru and take him for a walk before bed. Welcome to Persona Everyday. Today's October 26th. Let's get going. I ignore Fuka at lunch, it being Monday and all, and enjoy the fact that Kenji gets called out in class for being asleep. Unfortunately, since he's asleep, I get called on by Miss Toriyumi, and asked about Arabic things. My Arabic friends tell me that wristwatches aren't derived from Arabic, and my trust in them never leads me astray. After school, I take a trip to Polonia to purchase some new weapons for the gang, and start on the wild goose chase that is Elizabeth's requests. First, I try to take Ono-sensei's helmet, but he lectures me before telling me he'll give me one next time. Next, I pick up an anatomical model, just in time for Halloween. I retrieve the Gekkokan Boogie CD, which is a parody of Kung Fu fighting, and make my way to the bar to pick up a bottle of Queen Elizabeth. My final 2 tasks are to steal a set of mahjong tiles, and get some Inari sushi from the shrine. Now that Liz is satisfied, I decide to hang with Maiko, who tackles me and says her dad hit her. I ask if she deserved it, and she responds by telling me she's running away from home. I end the day with some Black Frost exercise. Welcome to Persona Every Day. Today's October 27th. Let's get going. Immediately after class, I rush over to the faculty lounge to get Ono-sensei's helmet, but it's no dice, as Miss Miyahara is committing tax fraud. She turns from my math teacher into my English teacher.
Do you understand?
And sends me on my way. After gaslighting Chihiro for the second time in a month, I hang out with Tanaka, who gives me an actual lesson this time. He talks about how companies don't care about health and safety, only making a profit, and he uses cucumbers as an example. I go to bed after learning about the horrors of capitalism, only to be woken up by Pharaoh's 7-day warning. He mentions that he'll see me again after the full moon, but I thought the dark hour is supposed to disappear after I beat the 12th shadow. Welcome to Persona Every Day. Today's October 28th. Let's get going. Yuko comes up to me at lunch, and she seems out of it, so I decide to head over to her place after school. She hands me a letter from the kids we coached, then blushes and tells me that her parents aren't home, and that she wants to give me a special thank you. After receiving every green light possible, I max out my social link with Yuko, and share a special moment together in her bedroom. We fuck. To celebrate the loss of my virginity, I do the manliest thing I can think of. Head to the arcade and play video games. Welcome to Persona Every Day. Today's October 29th. Let's get going. Now that I've piped Yuko, I'm running on pure testosterone, so I decide it's time to bag Chihiro next. First though, I have to answer a question about lactose intolerance. Why they don't just tolerate it, I have no idea. On to the important part of the day. Chihiro is rushing me to get to the bookstore before someone buys those books she wanted. Again, if she had just let me buy them for her, we wouldn't be in this mess. Before we can leave, a student stops her and accuses her of stealing his materials fees. Chihiro denies this, saying that she shouldn't have to apologize, and asks for my help before realizing this is her problem to solve. I shrug, and head to Escapade to spend some time with Mutatsu-san. Welcome to Persona Every Day. Today's October 30th. Let's get going. Miss Toriyumi's sick today, so Edogawa gives us a lesson on devil summoning, a fun game in the Shin Megami Tensei series. What's that? He's talking about actually summoning devils? Like Aleister Crowley summoning Aiwas? Ah. At least he makes a comment about Atlas games being, quote, better. Putting Mr. Crowley aside, it's time for Fuka Friday. She calls me to the rooftop today to give me a rice ball to try. I eat it, and it's actually good. Maybe this trope is finally done. She says she made the rice ball in home ec, specifically for me, then blushes when she realizes what she said. She runs home flustered, and I spend my night with Mutatsu-san. Welcome to Persona Every Day. Today's October 31st. Let's get going. Happy Halloween, everybody. I start the day by trying to get my costume from Ono-sensei, but no luck once again, as Miss Onishi's there fretting about mental supplements. After learning about DHA and having a quick study session with Chihiro, I make my way into Tartarus for a spooky special grind sesh. I kit everyone out with their new gear, then knock out a few fusion requests for Liz. I go to fuse Thoth, but an accident gives me Hokuto Seikun instead. I fuse Natataishi because I wanted to see what the other cross fusion was, and wouldn't you know it, it's Alice. She's the next goal, but first I get in some grinding towards our real goal. Fuka levels up along the way and learns a new skill, Oracle, which I immediately try out.
Sorry for the wait. Invoking Oracle.
Yeah, I'm never using that again. I hit my target level of 53, and notice I can make Cert, but instead I make Parvati, as by fusing her with Hokuto Seikun, I create the reason I'm here today, Thor. Anyway, here's Thundercall. Welcome to Persona Every Day. Today's November 1st. Let's get going. Tanaka's on TV again, this time selling a copy of and I clearly need these, as it's the only way to save Yugi's soul. Speaking of souls in need of saving, I spent some time with Akinari today. He's feeling a bit nihilistic, asking, why me, and what purpose is there in anything? I tell him he's not the only one going through pain and suffering, as a way to remind him that he isn't alone. But he gets upset and says that no matter what he does, his body reminds him every day of his impending doom. Akinari now says he's afraid of being alone, but tells me to leave when it starts getting dark. Anyway, now that it's dark, I head to Escapade to spend some time with Mutatsu-san. He's sloshed, and yells at me for being late, saying that Dad taught me better. As a registered orphan, I have zero idea what he means, and he starts to sober up before telling me about how his wife and child left him 4 years ago. He says he drinks to sort of run away from his problems, and I realize that seems to be a recurring theme amongst Tatsumi Port Island. Welcome to Persona Everyday. Today's November 2nd. Let's get going. Ono Sensei's still out, so I head to the mall to sell some spoils before finding out I can make frickin' Mjolnir. I meet a runaway girl at the shrine, so I guess Maiko's living at the shrine now. Upon returning to the dorm, we have a small meeting about how tomorrow's operation is the last one. We talk about who's been doing this the longest, and Mitsuru tells us about how she awakened to her persona. She actually blames that event for endangering us all. I end the night with a little punching bag practice. Welcome to Persona Everyday. Today's November 3rd, and it's a full moon. Fuka finds the last shadow at the Moonlight Bridge, but notices that Strega is there as well. We make our way there after a pep talk from Mitsuru, and confront Assassin Jesus and his sidekick. They try to convince us that we know nothing of the Dark Hour, and we head into battle. Surprisingly, they go down relatively easy, showing that Strega was all bark and a tiny bit of bite. Jin again says we know nothing before Takaya tells him to shut up. He puts his gun to his head before being stopped by his sidekick, then subsequently pulled off the bridge. Everyone shrugs, and we make our way to the shadow. Hangman puts up a decent fight, at least for the rest of the team. I genuinely think if I didn't have Thor, I wouldn't have been able to win, as Akasha Arts decimates the rest of the team, while I'm immune. After a long, arduous fight with multiple thunder calls, we rip the shadow from the skies. The Gynoid wants to celebrate with the rousing cry of
1, 2, 3. Can we go home now?
and we all bask in the glory. Welcome to Persona Everyday. Today's November 4th. Let's get going.
Good morning.
Ferris is here for the first time in daylight, and the last time for good. He says his memories returned, so he has to leave now. See ya, space cowboy, demon child. Changing moods, it's time for a celebration. Ikutsuki and the Robussi aren't here though, so we decide to celebrate without them. Who is here though is Mitsuru's dad. He congratulates us, and says that as of midnight, Cease has disbanded. We start eating the sushi, but Junpei interrupts us to get a picture of the whole crew.
Come on, quit fooling around, Junpei.
Hey, knock it off, will ya?
Just kidding, the Dark Hour's still here for some reason, and Mitsuru tells us to prepare to head into Tartarus. We get there to find Ikutsuki and the anti-shadow weapon. He sicks his robot on us. We wake up crucified, and witness a literal hostile takeover attempt that results in both parties' demise. Welcome to Persona Everyday. Today's November 5th. Let's get going. Akihiko texts me after class to let us know to head to the meeting room when we get back. We hurry back, and have a discussion about what happened the past 2 days. Mitsuru is absent, as she has to deal with arranging her father's funeral. Junpei realizes that Chidori is under Kirijo protection, but Aki reassures him with the ever-so-optimistic, "They're too busy to care." After some wise words from training about the protein junkie, we head out, but Fuka stops Yukari to hand her a video she found on Ikutsuki's hard drive. While I hang with Mutatsu-san, Yukari watches said video, and discovers it's the unedited version of her father's message. The director's cut omitted the fact that we weren't supposed to hunt the shadows, or bad things would happen. Yukari finds out her dad always loved her.
Are you listening, Dad? I'm doing okay.
Yukari's resolve grants her an evolution of her persona, transforming Io into Isis. I meet Igor in my dreams, and he spouts some cryptic shit about choosing my own path before I fall back asleep. Welcome to Persona Everyday. Today's November 6th. Let's get going. Junpei's finally visiting Chidori after about 2 weeks of not seeing her. She says she's still in pain, and asks Junpei what he's going to be doing 2 years from now. I don't think Junpei knows what he's going to do 2 minutes from now, but he changes the subject to point out that Chidori stopped cutting herself. He touches her hands, and she slaps him away, before ultimately telling him to never come back. Guess his social link with Chidori reversed. Speaking of social links, it's time for another Fuka Friday, but only for a tiny bit in the library. We head back to the dorm, where Liz surprises me with new Tartarus DLC. I celebrate this news with Mutatsu-san. Welcome to Persona Everyday. Today's November 7th. Let's get going. After class, I spend some time with Chihiro in the library. Bitches love the library, apparently. I head back home to console Junpei about his breakup, before heading back out to spend time with Tanaka. He tells me he was approached by a boy around my age who called him a negative role model. Tanaka inspired the boy to become a prosecutor after he discovered the scams he was running. He panics, wondering what will happen to him in jail. I get home and get a call to hang out with Scott tomorrow, but I plan to hang with Akinari instead. Welcome to Persona Everyday. Today's November 8th. Let's get going. Continuing my weird trend of spending weekends with Tanaka, I hit the home shopping channel to find Tanaka selling Harry Potter merch and some protein to counteract the soy. I hit the buy button faster than you can say flipendo, and head to the shrine to hang with Akinari. Fittingly, he asks me about my reading habits, and he explains he doesn't really finish books, as he's afraid of what I call post-persona syndrome, where you get depressed because your real life sucks. The sun starts to set, and I head back to the dorm.
Sup, dude?
I decide to walk Koromaru tonight, and wouldn't you know it, I run into Yuko. I realize she's never met Koro, and she's in love. Bitches love the Koro flip. We end the night with some small talk while Koro plays. Welcome to Persona Everyday. Today's November 9th. Let's get going. There's a new transfer student today, and surprise, surprise,
My name is Ryoji Mochizuki.
he's voiced by Yuri Lowenthal. Every girl in class, save for the iDog and Yukari, swoon over him, with the little trans boombox even outright calling him dangerous. Miss Toriyumi tries to settle us down by threatening to take away our class trip privileges, but she can't seem to get control. After class, I formally introduced myself to Proto Yosuke, before realizing that Chihiro's magically disappeared from school, leaving me little choice but to hang with Yukari. We run into a lost kid at the mall, and Yukari drags him to the police booth to help find his mother. She rants about how her mother's the same. Well, at least you have a mother! Before getting mad at me for not caring about her home life. I shrug my shoulders and hit the punching bag while she walks home. Welcome to Persona Everyday. Today's November 10th. Let's get going. On our way into school, Yukari says that Mommy Mitsuru's coming home tonight. She's still depressed though, for good reason. I hope she brought milk. I spent some time at the library and Chihiro just happens to be there, before heading back home. Alita Battle Angel says that Mitsuru's upstairs in her room, and I go to check on her, but she's not coming out. So I go hang with Tanaka. He complains about people asking for charity, and says he struggles with no free time to spend his millions. He unironically discusses having an heir with me. I get creeped out and leave. Welcome to Persona Everyday. Today's November 11th. Make a wish. I head to art club before heading home, where Junpei asks me for girl advice. I suggest he gaslights Chidori into being happy, then visit Mitsuru, who says she doesn't have a reason to go to Tartarus anymore. I ignore her and head to Tartarus anyway. After a minor setback, I find that stairs have magically appeared at the top of Zaya, leading us to what Liz's requests say is the final block, Haraba. While grinding, I find a penis card, and after another minor setback, I hit level 56, so I drop back down to finally create Alice. I jump back up and encounter the boss of the area, Matsuyodyne Tempest/Sword things. That's literally all they do, by the way. After swapping around my party and losing a few times, I decided to grind up to level 57, and show just how much of these next attempts I had to cut out. Quick note, the final attempt took just over 6 minutes, and the scrap footage is almost 40. Anyway, we make it out with only minor setbacks. Welcome to Persona Everyday. Today's November 12th. Let's get going. Edogawa's teaching us about magic from India, but I get distracted because Ryoji's just letting his arm hang by his side at his desk. How's that comfortable? Thankfully, I was paying attention just enough. At lunch, I accuse Chihiro of stalking me, and she runs away giggling. Oh, hey Scooter. I hang with Chihiro in the library for the bajillionth time, but this time she actually talks to me. She's stressed from all the rumors of her stealing, and gets up to look for a book. While she's up, some girls come in and start talking shit, so I step in to call them out, and they leave. Chihiro comes to me with tears in her eyes and asks to leave, so we go to head out, but she stops at the entrance to tell me I'm the only person she can rely on. I have to physically restrain myself from being a terrible person for memes. After Chihiro, I go on a quick shopping trip before hanging with Mutatsu-san, who apologizes for being drunk the other day, and tells me he's going to try and get his life back together. Welcome to Persona Everyday. Today's November 13th. Let's get going. Once again, we have a short Fuka Friday in the library. I hate the library. Afterwards, I head back to Escapade to see if Mutatsu-san found his wife yet. What happened to turning your life around? I decide to sit with him and enjoy this short, slow day. Life's been pretty hectic lately. Welcome to Persona Everyday. Today's November 14th. Let's get going. Edogawa's subbing today, and he teaches us about magic breathing. He says there's a special place on your body called the Dantian, just below your belly button, that you can focus all of your energy in. After class, Yukari goes looking for Mitsuru and finds her on the roof. Mitsuru's thinking about skipping out on the class trip, which is crazy for the class president to even suggest. Yukari hits her with a dose of reality, but is interrupted by Ryoji in his flirtatious ways. Thankfully, Yukari's well versed in the ways of the pickup artist, and sends Mitsuru on her way.
Ow!
I spent some time with Chihiro somewhere other than the library for once, and head back home to an apology from Mitsuru. After reminding Junpei that he's literally too stupid to know the meaning of the word quit, I'm off to complete my deal with the devil. After introducing me to a not-so-attractive lady, Tanaka makes a 10 million yen donation to a charity, and lets me keep the thank you letter they sent him. Welcome to Persona Every Day. Today's November 15th. Let's get going. I start my day off with some home shopping, this time picking up a cool biker jacket and some more protein. After dumping almost $1,000 on a coat, I go hang with Akinari, who seems to be in worse shape than before. He says he didn't get any sleep last night because he was too absorbed in his reading. I scold him, and he laughs, saying he hasn't been yelled at in a long time. He again worries about me, quote, wasting time with him, but it isn't time wasted if it's what I want to do. After another coughing fit, we go our separate ways. Him to the hospital, and me to the club with Mutatsu-san. Welcome to Persona Every Day. Today's November 16th. Let's get going. In class, Mr. Ikoto reminds us that our field trip begins tomorrow. We're heading to Kyoto. I've always wanted to go. I really love the architecture and exploring historical places, and it definitely helps that I ignore Fuka at lunch, and decide to take Elizabeth on a date at school. She panics about being seen, so she clings to my body as we explore campus. We first make our way to the classroom, where Liz gives an impromptu quiz about diet food. Before we explore the art room, music room, and the track and field. Damn, Liz is kinda athletic. We go to leave, and Liz implies that she might be falling for me romantically, and that she'll have to conduct more thorough research on her feelings. After dropping Liz off, I get some coffee with Yukari, before heading back home to find Ken shitting on Junpei. Attaboy. He also asked me directly to bring him a souvenir back from Kyoto, and I promised not to let him down. I end the night by walking Kodomaru. Welcome to Persona Every Day. Today's November 17th. Let's get going.
Kyoto, huh? Talk about boring.
You don't like it? Personally, I think it's one of the most beautiful places in the world.
Whatever.
We're in Kyoto. I'm super excited for the next 3 days. I love shitty hot spring tropes. I especially love how blatant Junpei is about trying to sneak off with the girls. I make sure to buy Ken's souvenir right away so I don't forget. Then I encounter a couple dorks fantasizing about peeking on the girls. I run into Mitsuru on the 3rd floor, and I'm actually afraid for her. She seems to be suffering from apathy syndrome. I end the night with a cute conversation with Yuko. Welcome to Persona Every Day. Today's November 18th. Let's get going. After a long day of exploring the historic side of Kyoto, Yukari finds Mitsuru at the riverbank. They have a small conversation, mostly about Mitsuru's loss of will to fight. They argue that Mitsuru never cared about repenting for her grandfather's mistakes, and only fought to protect her father when Yukari hits her with a dose of reality. Yukari says that her mom whored around a lot after her dad died, and that caused her to grow up with only trust in her father. She tells Mitsuru that she fights to honor her father's last wish, and that it's what must be done. Senpai finally comes to her senses, and after a half-assed marriage proposal and the promise of lesbian bath time,
I am not alone.
Mitsuru's resolve grants her an evolution of her persona, transforming Penthesilea into Artemisia. Back at the inn, I run around like a doofus in my new bathrobe, and resent my digital self for pulling such a bad bitch like Yuko. Why can't I have a perfect girlfriend? Welcome to Persona Every Day. Today's November 19th. Let's get going. Today was our free day to sightsee, and the rest of the group seemed to enjoy themselves. I find myself with some free time in the evening, and Akihiko says Junpei was looking for me, so we'll address that after I spend some time chatting with Yuko about her being jealous and insecure. Way to make me feel bad about maxing her out, game. I run into Junpei in the lobby, and he says he wants to hit the hot springs. I already know what's about to happen, so I decide to just get on with it. Ryoji and Junpei both play dumb as to why we're visiting the hot springs so late, but the girls walk in just in time to cause a scene. Akihiko panics when he hears Mitsuru's voice, so as Yukari and Fuka search the hot springs for ghosts, we play Scooby-Doo and hide. We have a few close calls, but we aren't found, thank God, as I really hate this stupid trope. Good thing Junpei and Ryoji get their comeuppance.
Well, I guess that's what they deserve.
Welcome to Persona Every Day. Today's November 20th. Let's get going. We're on our way home from Kyoto. While waiting for the train, Junpei tries to bring up last night, but Aki shuts him up quickly as the girls approach. We dodge an awkward conversation.
This is our secret. You guys better take it to the grave.
And make it home to a happy Ken and Koro. And I make sure to surprise him with some Namayatsuhashi, a red bead paste sweet. I then take the little bugger on a walk with Koro, where he tells me all about what they did this week. He's like a sweet younger brother. Welcome to Persona Every Day. Today's November 21st. Let's get going. We're back to school even though the trip just ended, and Miss Toriyumi's already saying we have another week-long vacation from school next week in Career Week. I can't wait to see what job is arbitrarily picked for me to do. After some coffee with Chihiro, I head into Tartarus to start climbing again, and perform King and I. I level up to 58 before taking on the next boss. More big rock sword guys. They're a physical boss, and they don't reflect lightning, so it looks like Thor is just going to carry me through it again. I swap out Ken for Motoko Kusanagi after a quick wipe, and decide that spamming Thunder Call is the easiest way to clear this. I really hope it isn't just busted and that it falls off later on, otherwise it's going to feel like a crutch. I clear the floor and decide to try and make it to the next roadblock, but while grinding I look down at my phone for 2 seconds, not knowing these enemies were immune to slash attacks, and I'm done with Tartarus for the day. Welcome to Persona Every Day. Today's November 22nd. Let's get going. I start the day with some home shopping, purchasing some Batman memorabilia, before moving on to hang with Akinari. He tells me he's writing a novel about a pink alligator, and says I'm part of his inspiration. I end the day with some shopping, even turning Cert into a sword. I'm awoken by Fuka during the dark hour, and she says she's discovered Strega again. Chidori escaped from the hospital, and lures Junpei to Tartarus before engaging us in a fight. For the amount of experience this fight gives me, it should have been harder. After hitting level 59, we discover the rest of Strega is here, and Assassin Jesus assassins Junpei. Thankfully, Chidori has an infinite lives cheat code that she gives Junpei, in exchange for her own. And now Junpei's pissed. His and Chidori's resolve grant them an evolution of their personas, fusing Medea and Hermes into Trismegistus. Junpei immediately slams Mr. Sidekick with a huge fireball, and we prep for round 2 before they scamper off like pussies. Welcome to Persona Every Day. Today's November 23rd. Happy Thanksgiving! Today's a bit of a somber holiday though, as Junpei's locked himself away in his room. I decide that since his girlfriend's now gone, I should be thankful for mine, and pull a relationship fortune for Chihiro, praying we haven't reversed her again. Thankfully, we're fine, so I hit up Game Panic to end the night. Welcome to Persona Every Day. Today's November 24th. Let's get going. Going to career experience, that is. What I thought would be a neat thing to show is instead a neat 2 days of no Persona. Oh well. Take care, everyone. Welcome to Persona Every Day. Today's November 27th. Let's get going.
Hello.
Well, that was a nice little break. I hope everyone had a wonderful holiday weekend. Since I'm back from Career Week, I decided to check in on Junpei and see how he's doing. He wants to stop moping, but I think he should take some time to grieve. After a quick bathroom break, I head on a walk with Koromaru, as I haven't seen him in 2 days. Who's a good boy? Welcome to Persona Every Day. Today's November 28th. Let's get going. On my way home from school, I run into Chihiro at the lockers, and we both get called to the student council room. Mitsuru confronts us, and Chihiro starts to panic. Mitsuru says she believes her, and that she and I will take care of it, offering me a private meeting in her room tonight. Ooh. Chihiro's jealousy explodes, and she runs off to confront the teacher she gave the money to. After chewing him out, we all discover he used the money for a taxi, and we leave Mitsuru to deal with the after effects. Up on the roof, Chihiro is so surprised at herself that she misspells aggressive and asks if I can meet her mom. I promptly run away from that commitment, only to find out we're holding a mini intervention for Junpei. Like the horrible friends we are, we decide it's time for him to get over the death of his girlfriend, and I guess he agrees. To celebrate, I pick up Junpei's new sword, and hit up Game Panic with Black Frost. Welcome to Persona Every Day. Today's November 29th. Let's get going. I start the day with some home shopping with the Protein Lord Tanaka, and move on to the Story Lord Akinari. He tells me more of his pink alligator story, specifically how the alligator eats his friend. I'm a little shocked, because he says he wanted to write an upbeat story, but he proceeds to tell me he's writing his will, so I guess he was having a depressive episode. I leave Akinari to head into Tartarus, and notice that Junpei's new sword is on fire. And as I said a few days ago in my tier list video, feel free to check it out on the channel, he's kicking ass and taking names. We come up to our next boss, and I take a moment to clean up my persona list, namely getting rid of Takemi Katsuchi and King Frost, as I actually want a challenge, seeing his Thunder Call's too strong. I hop back up to fight Taskmaster, and Junpei carries us through. I even get the homunculus I used back at the end. And it's time for a double boss feature! I hit 2 bosses this run, as I thought Tartarus would end at 201, but it didn't. I cleared this boss with just attack mirrors, funnily enough. Welcome to Persona Everyday. Today's November 30th. Let's get going. In class, Ekoda-sensei is talking about ancient Japanese beauty standards, and asked me if the men and women both participated in them. I was surprised to find out that back in the Heian period, men plucked their eyebrows. After class, I decided to spend some time at student council. Hidetoshi's going ballistic, accusing the vice president, a girl, of smoking in the boys' room. The rest of the students leave, and Hidetoshi confronts me, getting mad that I'm trying to buck the system. Facts. Apparently he's trying to be a good friend, but I don't see it. I get back to the dorm, just as Ryoji's leaving. Roboco asks why he was here, saying he's dangerous. The group reassures the dishwasher that Ryoji's a nice guy, even helping to cheer up Junpei, which sends it into a depressive spiral. Arali stops me to tell me that she cares about me, and I say there's no need to worry.
I am a machine.
Oh no, she's gonna do something drastic, isn't she? I beat the pussy up. Welcome to Persona Everyday. Today's December 1st. Let's get going. Ryoji didn't come to school today, and the Dalek seated next to me is giving me a guilty look. I ignored this crisis in favor of getting coffee with Chihiro.
Sup, dude?
Junpei points out that the full moon is tomorrow, but there's no shadow to fight, so he feels a little restless. After a short shopping trip, I end the day by whacking some moles with Black Frost. Welcome to Persona Everyday. Today's December 2nd, and it's a full moon. Funnily enough, I decide on a whim to try and get my helmet from Ono-sensei, and wouldn't you know it... At Art Club, we found out Wozniak-san won a prize, meaning he doesn't have to follow in his father's footsteps anymore. We go to celebrate, and the club advisor suggests that Scooter might get to study abroad before another club member collapses and he's off to heal leprosy. Fuka tells me to go on ahead, but somehow beats me back to the dorm to ask if I've seen the dorm bicycle. After a brief search, I give up in favor of the arcade. The reason I couldn't find the PS5 was she was hunting Ryoji down. Confronted at the Moonlight Bridge, Ryoji sheds some light on his backstory. He's actually the 13th Shadow, Death, and he fought the anti-shadow weapon 10 years ago. Unluckily enough, I happened to be on the bridge that night, and Brainiac 8 thought it would be a great idea to seal Death inside of a 6-year-old. They fight again, resulting in a double KO. Welcome to Persona Everyday. Today's December 3rd. Let's get going. Mitsuru comes to us during lunch to tell us Ryoji's awake, and that we're having a meeting about last night.
Damn that Ryoji.
On the 4th floor, we basically recap last night, with a few new morsels to take in. Ryoji says the shadows are here to facilitate the rebirth of a being called Nyx, their mommy, and some ancient incarnation of death itself. If this Nyx were to be reborn, everyone would develop apathy syndrome and cease to exist. Yukari says there's gotta be a way to stop it, and Yuri Lowenthal proves his worth as an actor.
I'm sorry.
Before telling us there's a way out. If I, kill him, we could delay this so-called fall, and we would all forget that the Dark Hour exists, and return to normal life. Ryoji gives us 28 days to make a decision, and evaporates as he leaves. Faced with this heavy decision, I go to Mitatsu-san to clear my head. Welcome to Persona Everyday. Today's December 4th. Let's get going. It's Friday, but I can't find Fuka, so after making sure I didn't accidentally reverse her social link, I decided to turn today into Liz Mission Friday. I start by hunting down some Odin juice, which Liz comments is warm. I then water the plants on the roof of the school, and Liz implies she has something she wants to grow too. I head to the station to clean the bathroom, where I have to equip a scrub brush to help. I also spend 8 minutes hunting for this dehydrated girl that really wants Cielo Mist. I spend another 8 minutes looking for this godforsaken soda, only to find out it's only in the dorm vending machines. I decide instead to take Liz on a date, this time to my room. We sit down on the bed and reminisce about all our past dates, then Liz makes her move.
I'd like you
I did it! I like
to
older
guide me
women
through
now.
it.
After Liz tells me to keep this a secret, I decide to pull a fortune for Chihiro, mash my face against the vending machine for 4 real-life minutes, and play whack-a-mole with Black Frost. Welcome to Persona Every Day. Today's December 5th. Let's get going. I spent some time in the library with Chihiro. She'll definitely rank up next time, Shaggy. For sure. I get back to the dorm and find that everyone is kind of listless. Mitsuru seems out of it and introspective, Fuka's depressed and seeking comfort, and I have exactly zero patience for all of this. Exuding nothing but confidence, I hang with Mutatsu-san for the final time. He's found his wife! Apparently his son is married with a child on the way too, so I guess their lives never stopped while his did. He acknowledges this, even going so far as to thank me for reminding him of his son. I max my bond with Master Roshi, and he hands me an alcohol label, before telling me he hopes my life is like the best alcohol he's ever had, as he walks off with his head held high. Welcome to Persona Every Day. Today's December 6th. Let's get going. In a surprise twist of events, I decide not to purchase Tanaka's wares today. Why buy name brand items if the world's just gonna end? Speaking of apathy, I find that dehydrated girl and hand her the discontinued sodas. Liz even says I could become a detective. I decide to spend some time with Akinari today, like every Sunday, and he seems to be in worse shape than before. Apparently, he stopped taking his meds, because they make him drowsy, and he's afraid of not being able to finish his book. He says that he can't write an ending, because he doesn't know the meaning of life. In my opinion, the meaning of life is to live, which I do immediately after leaving Akinari. Welcome to Persona Every Day. Today's December 7th. Let's get going. Miss Onishi reminds us that final exams are next week, and you know what that means. Get your questions down in those comments for our final Q&A of the year. Since all the cool people are busy with exams, I decided now is the best time to make sure everyone is ready to rank up after exams, starting of course with a fortune for Fuka. I get back, and said Fuka tries to cheer me up, and I surprise her with a thank you. With nothing much to do at night anymore, I decide to hit up Game Panic to make the strongest Black Frost known to man. Welcome to Persona Every Day. Today's December 8th. Let's get going. Another boring day without the fun social links begins. After class, I wonder if I might be able to max out Maiko's social link before the new year, and realize I might not be able to. Oh well, at least we get to see her freeze in place at the bottom of the slide. I get back to the dorm, and get a little sad no one greeted me, before ultimately running over to Game Panic to continue my Black Frost juicing plan. Welcome to Persona Every Day. Today's December 9th. Let's get going. Today we get another reminder that exams are coming next week, and that you should ask your questions in the comments today. Maybe ask what I would bring with me to a deserted island, as I go talk to the crying baby, who apparently hasn't run away from home yet, and she suggests I bring my health insurance card. Honey, I'm American. Those are expensive.
Oh, hey!
An actual greeting! After being the entire dorm's emotional support system, I once again inject Black Frost with Persona Growth Hormone. Welcome to Persona Every Day. Today's December 10th. Let's get going. On the way into school, Mitsuru-senpai tells me that there's finally going to be content this week. I get so excited I decide to show you all my Black Frost. Look at those stats. I make my way to the shrine, fuck you, to pull a fortune for Yukari, before heading back to the meeting. It's been a week since our Ryoji revelation, and Yukari thinks it's time for us to stop moping around and start exploring Tartarus. I agree. I have missions due, and don't want to miss out on them. Yukari starts to tease Junpei for being scared of the impending doom, and it sets him off, causing him to blame me for all of this happening in the first place. He apologizes, and drops some Junpei lore, talking about his alcoholic father. Mitsuru takes a stand and commands everyone to act as normal. Does this mean I get to go to Tartarus? I end the night with a punching bag for Black Frost. Welcome to Persona Every Day. Today's December 11th. Let's get going. Ms. Toriyumi gives us a reminder that exams are in 3 days. Then she proceeds to lecture us on proper plural forms. Junpei gets caught in the crossfire, and my need to prove my intelligence outweighs the humor of Junpei looking stupid. After class, I pray at the Little Inari Shrine, which I guess has random effects because it boosted Akihiko's mood. Tartarus time. With no Yukari or Airfryer-chan, I'm forced to level up the boys and fight some jingle dice. This boss is all about working around Tetrakarn. Unfortunately, there's no Tetra Hammers, at least I think, so we're forced to use up a turn to break the Reflect. Double unfortunate is the fact that the boss moves immediately after me, allowing it to set the shield back up. There seems to be no rhyme or reason to this boss's patterns, as it can provoke us into attacking it, or just throw a party-wide nuke at us for the fun of it. After 6 attempts, I decide on dropping Koro for Junpei, and a strategy revolving around Revolution and Apt Pupil.
Fight back, nigga! Fight back, nigga! Fight back!
We level up twice, and Fuka learns Warp. Welcome to Persona Every Day. Today's December 12th. Let's get going. we have a contender for shortest day of the year. Remember, exams start in 2 days, so tomorrow's the last day you can ask questions in the comments if you want them answered in video. For today's activities, it's a classic Maiko and Lucky Fortune Day. Take care. Welcome to Persona Everyday. Today's December 13th. Let's get going. I wake up to what may be the most impressive offer from Tanaka to date, an Omega Drive, an accessory that increases your crit rate. I could care less what the mind supplements do, it's an instant buy for me. It's Sunday, so it's time to increase my son's social link. Akinari says I should congratulate him on being free. When I ask what he's free from, he says the hospital let him out, as he was too weak for the required surgeries. It's a somber moment, us sitting side by side on that bench, and Akinari tells me he's realized that everyone is waiting for death, just for different lengths of time. He says he wants to remember my face, and as I take my leave, he tells me his story's almost finished, and he wants to make sure I read it. I vent my frustration with life into the punching bag of Game Panic. Welcome to Persona Everyday. Today's December 14th. Let's get going. While nothing may have changed for you guys, I actually just got back from a trip to visit some friends. Let's just roll right into the Q&A, shall we? Ducks in my head asks what the best thing is that happened to me this year was, and double whammies me by asking something I want to do next year. The best thing this year is definitely hitting 1,000 subscribers. It's indescribable how grateful I am. For next year, I want to work on professionalizing the channel. I feel like it's a little bare bones, so I'm working behind the scenes to get stuff like banners, channel art, and other cool stuff made to make my content feel more professional. Noah Lara asks what my favorite Christmas song is, and I think it has to go to Skank for Christmas by Real Big Fish. Highly recommend you listen to this while eating some mozzarella sticks. Welcome to Persona Everyday. Today's December 15th. Let's get going. Today's question comes from Squance, who asks what my credit card number is. It's 1. They actually ask my opinion on Junpei's character development, and I've gotta say, he really was a diamond in the rough. It really hit seeing him go from the cocky, self-assured, lackadaisical broski to willing to be vulnerable and open about himself. It's the closest the series gets to writing growth outside of social links, in my opinion. Welcome to Persona Everyday. Today's December 16th. Let's get going. Our Q&A continues with someone who actually followed the instructions. Honey the Low Poly, presumably cat, asks what I would bring with to a deserted island. Unlike Maiko, I have knowledge of the world, and if I was allowed to bring one thing with me, it would probably be a survivalist book, with instructions on how to craft things. I know it's a bit of a cop-out, but I'm good at following directions, and if I desperately need anything, I'd prefer it if I could procure it myself. If I had to pick something else, it would be a set of jingling keys to amuse myself. Welcome to Persona Everyday. Today's December 17th. Let's get going. Today we have a really interesting question from Shaggy, asking about my favorite game of all time. It's really hard for me personally to pick one that stands above everything else. A lot of the games I like I enjoy for different reasons. If I had to give an unordered top 5, remember, unordered, it would consist of Kingdom Hearts 2, Dragon Quest Builders 2, Sonic Adventure or Sonic Adventure 2, depending on how I'm feeling that day, Persona 5 Base, and Harvest Moon Magical Melody, all for very different reasons. All of them are for sure nostalgia, and the cozy feeling I get when I play them. I don't really like to judge games on their objective merits when it comes to listing them in a top 5, because what matters most is how the game makes me feel. All of these I've replayed countless times, save for P5 Base, as Royal is a better version, but there's something to be said about the raw emotion I felt when I completed P5 for the first time. Welcome to Persona Everyday. Today's December 18th. Let's get going. Our final question for exams comes from Fishman573, who asks my personal preference in weapons. Overall, I'd pick a bow and arrow, but for close range, I'd like a staff or a lance. I've always wanted to learn archery, and the agility and deftness needed to wield a lance or staff is something I've always wanted to have. What I'm trying to say is, I like dexterity weapons. Welcome to Persona Everyday. Today's December 19th. Let's get going. I'd like to thank you once again for all your questions for the Q&A. I used to be one of those people that hated it when the YouTuber was over the top with being grateful, but I kinda understand it now with the amount of support I've been getting. Without further ado, it's time to fuck Chihiro. We head to her house, where I guess I get to sit on a cushion on the floor while she stands above me and stares down at me. She says she bought those illustration books after blowing her whole allowance. Before I can tell her she's about to blow something else, she hands me a shoujo manga by the same artist.
So no head?
I go to leave, but Chihiro stops me and says she's worried about being assaulted tonight. It's such a weird way to ask your boyfriend for sex, but whatever. After doing the deed, I go to walk Koromaru, and fuck me. Welcome to Persona Everyday. Today's December 20th. Let's get going. We get a little lesbian action in Yukari's room. Mitsuru visits her to talk about the big decision, and while Yukari's more focused on the impending doom, Mitsuru says she's resolved to take over the company after she graduates. The scene almost passes the Bechdel test, but Yukari decides to mention me and her theory that I'm immortal. After speaking the most profound words this game has to offer,
Honestly, it doesn't matter whether or not we die. All that matters is that we're proud of how we lived.
I hit up morning shopping to purchase the apocalypse. On my way to visit Akinori, I run into the Fuka Christmas tree. I meet with Akinori, and he tells me he's finished the story. The pink alligator was so depressed after eating his friend that he cried himself to death. Those tears became a beautiful lake that all the animals in the forest visit. Akinori says that the reason he wrote this ending is because he realized that the meaning of one's life isn't for them to find, but rather what others think of it. I'm thoroughly stunned by this. It's extremely poetic. He hands me his notebook, thanks me for everything I've done, and leaves us forever. Welcome to Persona Everyday. Today's December 21st. Let's get going. Exam results were posted today, and as expected I was top of class. You really don't need to get all the right answers to do this, huh? Adagawa steps in to teach us a bit of Japanese magical history. Apparently magic is so ingrained in the culture because at the founding of the country in several important eras, there were people who claimed to be magicians that practiced rituals so secret we don't even know what they did. Neat stuff. After class, I decided to do some Christmas shopping with Yukari, and just before we finish up, she gets a phone call from her skank mother. Apparently she's remarrying, and Yukari gets super heated about it. She's sending conflicting messages though, as she says running from your problems is the worst thing you can do, but she also wants to move away from her mother. Women, am I right? I decide it's best if I walk Koromaru tonight. At least he understands me. Welcome to Persona Everyday. Today's December 22nd. Let's get going. Edagawa's subbing again today, and he gives us an impromptu lesson on near-death experiences. An odd subject, but fitting for the week we're having. One interesting tidbit is the new theory of near-death, where if someone denies that they're dying, they become angry at the inevitability, before ultimately becoming depressed and accepting their fate. At lunch, I'm reminded of my favorite Nintendo console reviewer, and I quickly follow him to the art club. After art club, me and the old Wii U apologist have a meeting on the roof, where he tells me his dad encouraged him to study abroad. He's confused though, as his dad was the one who wanted him to quit in the first place. He seems stuck with some form of choice paralysis, and after a little venting, he thanks me for existing. He offers me a ride back to the dorm from his driver. Wait, you're like rich? What the fuck? I walk Koromaru with Fuka, and she not so subtly implies that she wants to spend Christmas together. Welcome to Persona Everyday. Today's December 23rd. Let's get going. It's the Emperor's birthday, so we don't have school. Ken and Akihiko meet in the alley, with him asking Ken why he didn't visit his mother's grave. Ken says there's more that needs to be done before he can go see her, and Aki agrees, saying he needs to make his decision before he can talk to Shinjiro. They both resolve to look this unbeatable opponent in the face, and my respect for them is magnified. On the other hand, I hang with something I don't really respect, before ultimately taking Koromaru on a walk with Yukari. She springs a trap on me, playing tsundere and suggesting she wants to spend Christmas together. But I'm sorry guys, I think there's only one girl in my heart. Welcome to Persona Everyday. Today's December 24th. Let's get going. It's Christmas Eve and I've only wrapped 2 freaking presents. During class, I get blueballed into thinking there's going to be a lesson about our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ, but instead it's just bland discussion about cultural differences. After class, I get a text. Now Lewis, I understand that Fuka's your favorite, but as I said yesterday, I only have eyes for one woman. 2 if you count Chihiro, but I don't. Funami actually guessed it right. I decided to spend Christmas Eve with Yuko. We head to Polonia to take a gander at the Christmas decorations. After a bit of walking and flirting, we sit down, and Yuko asks if I want my present. She says she's my present this year, but before I can unwrap her, she hands me a medicated patch that her grandma taught her how to make. I respond in kind with a bouquet of roses, but I guess it was just too cliche for her. She tells me about how Christmas always just felt like another day to her, but she's happy that this year it feels different. We spend the night huddled under the Christmas lights. Welcome to Persona Everyday. Today's December 25th. Merry Christmas, everyone. For our Christmas Friday, we celebrate with a Fuka Friday. Fuka and I meet on the roof, and she tells me she wants to try making more than just rice balls. I feel like she's subtly trying to talk about something else, and she asks if I'll stay by her side, to help her learn new recipes, of course. I pretend I don't know what her intentions are, and tell her, of course. I mean, it would kind of be awkward around the dorm otherwise. She really likes to run away, though. Back at the dorm, Akihiko reminds us that there's an impending doom, and I get disappointed I can't take the best boy out for a walk on Christmas. Instead, I go whack some Christmas moles at Game Panic. Yee-ho! Welcome to Persona Everyday. Today's December 26th. Let's get going. We still have school today, even though it's the last day of the semester. It really pays to be top of the class, though, as I sleep through Toriyumi's ramblings. After school, Yukari and I head to the strip mall to hang out, but Yukari can't find her wallet. She says she probably dropped it back at the station, and tells me to wait right here while she goes to get it. The game tries to trick me into following her, but she told me to wait.
I'm waiting!
Finally, the game has enough of me being obedient, and forces me to follow her anyway. And it's a good thing it did, because Yukari's surrounded by punks. At this point I can't wait any longer, and proceed to beat some ass. She seems appreciative, but lays into me for helping and not just waiting for her. She's obviously shaking, and the game gives me another hug prompt, which I promptly choose. Of course it's the wrong answer, and Yukari reverses. She runs home, and I shrug, choosing to spend my night walking Koromaru. I get the feeling he's made his decision. Welcome to Persona Everyday. Today's December 27th. Let's get going. Junpei's reminiscing on his time with Chidori, when Fuka spots him. She walks over to see what he's up to, and they have a small conversation about how much they've both matured over the past year. Junpei says Fuka's become more confident, and she says Junpei's become more open and vulnerable, in a good way. They both have come to their decision as well. While they were having character growth, I was busy buying a silver plate. I take some time to recognize that it's my first Sunday without Akinari, then pull a fortune to try and repair my relationship with Yukari. It works, at the cost of exhausting me and stealing $50. Before bed, I walk Koromaru with Junpei. He tells me about his event with Fuka today, even going so far as to call her and the girls tough. Koromaru hears this and runs over, wanting to be called tough too. All three of us head back to the dorm. Welcome to Persona Everyday. Today's December 28th. Let's get going. Since we're on winter break, I can't hang with any of the team, so I decided to try and finish Maiko before we all die. Yippee. She says she's finally running away after 3 social link ranks of talking about it, reminding me not to tell her parents where she goes. As soon as she walks off, her parents appear. They start arguing and tell me they haven't seen Maiko since this morning. Her mom accuses me of being a diddler like I thought she would, but little does she know I'm actually a Rizzler. They ask if I have any idea where she could be, and I think long and hard about it, remembering the time she stole my lunch. We head to Octopia and see Maiko sitting outside, and her mom starts laying into her. I guess we finally know why they're getting a divorce, as her dad is more level-headed and apologizes for dragging me into their family business. I shrug, and they leave to go resolve their issues, while I go play video games with Black Frost. Welcome to Persona Everyday. Today's December 29th. Let's get going. It's a pretty short day, all things considered. I ignore Maiko in favor of making sure Fuka's doing well, and head home.
Sup, dude?
Junpei reminds me that Ryoji will be visiting us soon, and he restates his intention to kill the unkillable. Row, row, fight the power. After that rousing pep talk, I walk Koromaru, figuring it's better to relax before the big day. Welcome to Persona Everyday. Today's December 30th. Let's get going. Yukari knocks on my door and lets me know that the waffle maker's coming back from the shop tonight, so we're having a meeting. I can't wait to have my favorite toy back, so I rush out for a fortune so we can get to the good stuff. I get back to the dorm to find Android 21's returned. Everyone tells her we were worried about her, but she replies by saying she's a machine and could have just been rebuilt. Avoiding the obvious Black Mirror-esque implications, the Steel Angel apologizes for sealing death within me, but I tell her she did the right thing. She can't cope with the group's decision, and asks us to kill Ryoji tomorrow. Pretty much everyone agrees that isn't happening, and Rosie has a mental breakdown.
I'm useless.
Junpei and Fuka step up, telling her she has to find her own purpose, and Mitsuru agrees, saying that sometimes your purpose in life changes, and that accepting change is what it means to live. Hatsune Miku makes a promise.
I will be with you all.
Aigis' resolve grants her an evolution of her persona, transforming Palladian into Athena. Welcome to Persona Everyday. Today's December 31st. Let's get going. I'm too antsy to do anything important today, so after blowing off some steam at GP, I head back to the dorm. Ryoji's returned, and I'm finally ready to give him my decision. He says we have to settle this before midnight, though, because he'll change into his shadow form permanently. He heads to my room to wait for me, and after reaffirming the group's decision, I follow him. We chat in my room, and he tries to convince me to kill him, but I made my decision a month ago. I chose the PS5. He panics upon hearing this, and shows me that he was Thanatos the whole time. He says I have one more chance to change my answer, but rather than finish the series now, I decided to not commit murder. We head back to the lounge, and discuss what our steps are moving forward. Ryoji says that on January 31st, 2010, Nyx will descend to the top of Tartarus, and that we'll have to meet her there. He leaves, wishing us a happy new year, and granting me the ability to summon Susanoo, and creating the Nyx Annihilation Squad. Welcome to Persona Everyday. Today's January 1st. Happy New Year, everyone. Ken comes down to wish us a Happy New Year, and Junpei follows suit after complaining about not getting sleep. Ken brings up the annual shrine visit, but it doesn't seem like anyone else wants to go, until it's mentioned that the girls are there in kimono. We get there, and the girls are looking gorgeous. My personal favorite kimono is Aigus's, but Junpei sits there and gawks before Ken rats him out, saying that Mr. Mignana said that the girls are going commando. With our monthly perversions out of the way, I get a phone call from Liz to tell me Tartarus got bigger, and watch one of the new security recordings, this one from September. I'm immediately reminded of how long last year really was, as this video is a touching look into Shinjiro's personality. He loved cooking, especially so if it was for Koromaru. He tries to hide this fact from Fuka and the Fembot, but Koro rats him out. I'm not crying, you're crying. I end the night with some Persona fusing, emptying my wallet to set up something special tomorrow, and playing some Mole Whackers. Welcome to Persona Everyday. Today's January 2nd. Let's get going. Jillian reminded me that the old couple existed, so I decided to spend some time with them. Bunkichi seems to be looking for something, and since I'm nice, I help. He gets found by a foreigner outside named Bebe, who says he goes to Gekkoukan like me. After Bebe books it, Bunkichi pulls out his son's car keys and says he's gonna go for a spin, but Mitsuko yells at him, saying she's gonna end up alone. They explain to me that their son was killed by a drunk driver. With the mood relatively shifted, I leave and head to Tartarus. Upon reaching the final block, Adama, my Judgment social link levels up. I level up to 65, reference SMT3, and drop back down to do something extra special.
I've assembled all 5 special cards, all 5 pieces of the puzzle.
I summon Ryoji to aid me in climbing Tartarus, and we start with these weird floating eyeballs. I figure out that if I just use Makara-Karn and let Akihiko and Aigus take point, these spammy eyes can't really touch us. We wash them, and my SL levels up again. Welcome to Persona Everyday. Today's January 3rd. Let's get going. I attempt to start the day with some home shopping, but I guess Tanaka's capitalizing on the doom and gloom to great success. Instead, I hunt around all day for anybody that's available, and end up having to hang out with Mamoru, the guy that beat me in Kendo. He challenges me to a takoyaki eating competition, and he's fast. I employ my patented ball swallowing technique, and thankfully, it allows us to tie. Mamoru says the tie is still a loss to him, so after forming a bond with the Glizzy Gobbler, he goes off to run some laps. When I get back to the dorm, I find a new recording on the monitor, and this starts our mini arc of catching up with the recordings. This one takes place during my mini coma back in September, and has the then roboticized Aigus keeping tabs on my health, not to mention the breaking and entering. After watching myself be stalked, I head to GP with Thanatos, and end the night by making plans with Scottery the Wazzery. Welcome to Persona Everyday. Today's January 4th. Let's get going. Since I made plans with Wozniak-kun, we meet up at Cafe Chagall, where he makes some small talk about his reading habits, before diving into his self-doubt. He's still mad that his dad wants him to study abroad, and I think I genuinely get a little mad at his first world problems. I mean, I never complain about the fact that I'm literally in the process of saving everyone in the world from the coming apocalypse now, do I? He's a little taken aback, and we end our coffee date shortly after. Continuing with our recording catch-up, we get a peek into Mitsuru's room, just as she's coming out of the shower. She talks to herself a little, and she sounds different.
Whew. Whoops, I've gotten used to walking around without my bathrobe lately.
More laid back, like she doesn't need to be proper. She realizes she should put more clothes on. And after a small bit of jealousy at not being able to wear what she wants, she heads off screen to undress. What the fuck was the chairman doing in here? I end the night with some GP, and Fuka calls me to hang out tomorrow, which I gladly accept. Welcome to Persona Everyday. Today's January 5th. Let's get going. We start the day off with a Fuka Tuesday.
Come Tuesday?
Fuka makes some small talk about how Mitsuru owns the mall in the school, which is kind of expected at this point. She also mentions that the pharmacist and her were talking about cooking, and he brought up using powdered habu venom in dishes. I say I think that might be a cool idea, but unfortunately the Fuka doesn't want to accidentally poison me.
Hi, how was your day?
I don't know, Fuka. You tell me. Our newest recording is of Yukari's bedroom, and she's in a maid outfit. She says she's bummed that the festival was canceled, and she thinks that she might wear the outfit around the dorm for a day before...
Sup, Yuka-tan? What's going on, Yukari?
She decides to take a picture instead.
Yukari-chan, are you there?
Fuka knocks on the door, and Yukari decides she's gonna get Fuka to take a picture with her in a maid outfit, so she starts to undress her.
Wait! Yukari-chan! Oh!
Ikutsuki isn't beating the pedophile allegations. Welcome to Persona Every Day. Today's January 6th. Let's get going. Since we're still on winter break, I decided to hang with the old couple again. I get there, but Mitsuko's gone. Bunkichi tells me she went to Gekkoukan, but we're on vacation, so she comes right back. She seems panicked though, and they bring up that there was a rumor going around that they were going to cut down the persimmon tree in the courtyard. They ask about it, and I make a mental note to check on it when school starts. We're back in the Goon Cave for one last time, to watch a recording of Ken practicing with a broom. He laments being short, saying that he chose the lance because it evened out the playing field with adults.
Ow!
After brutally murdering his shin, Jiro, he heads over to the desk to chug some milk, like any good short king.
So we meet again, you little bastard.
After some time at GP, I get ready for bed, but Yukari calls and asks to hang out tomorrow, so see you tomorrow. Welcome to Persona Every Day. Today's January 7th. Let's get going. Since I made plans with Yukari last night, we meet up at the record store. I wonder what they sell there. The game doesn't let me shop there, after all. She says she hopes a record she wants gets delayed, because she's used her spending money up for the month. But it's only the 7th. God damn, Yukari. She asks about my saving habits, and due to my IRL situation, I'm kind of forced to save up every month, so I answer honestly. She's shocked by this. What makes it even more shocking is that I immediately hand her a Louis Vuitton bag. Save her my ass. I end the night by walking Koromaru with Agus. She reminds me that school starts tomorrow, and says she wants to walk home with me tomorrow. Does that mean what I think it means? Welcome to Persona Every Day. Today's January 8th. Let's get going. We're finally back at school. In class, Maya welcomes us back, and lets slip her alcoholic tendencies, before cursing me with the worst English question I've ever been asked. Even in IRL school, this shit stumped me. After being humiliated, Junpei comes up to me, and asks to meet him on the roof. If I didn't know any better, this is 100% a confession flag, but when we get there, he kind of runs through his thoughts about the coming month. It's a weird moment, but it's touching, especially hearing these words come from him.
You're pretty cool, man. I'm glad I met you.
He asks if we'll be friends forever, and I tell him there's no need. It's time for a Fuka. Friday. We went to the bookstore today to look for cookbooks, but I guess there weren't any. As we leave, Fuka tells me about why she doesn't like bookstores. Back in April, she was accused of stealing a book. Wait, another thief girlfriend? She said she didn't think she could stand up for herself, but now that I'm with her, that's changed. I guess we're officially dating now. She runs off and I hit up GP. Welcome to Persona Every Day. Today's January 9th. Let's get going. I start the day by checking on the persimmon tree in the courtyard, and find it still standing. The juice girl next to it says they're cutting it down soon, though. I end up walking home with Agus today, at the behest of Lewis. We walk past the shrine, and get to talking about how she didn't understand why people visited them until just recently. She says she finally started thinking like humans do, with feelings instead of facts. I form a bond with the robot girl, and after reminding me she's not human, I drag her into Tartarus. On the way to the next boss, I level up to 66, and omen for the coming fight. These snakes are a fusion of every annoying boss I've fought up to this point. Spirit Drain to prevent my healers from working, resistance to all forms of magic, party-wide and insta-kills, and worst of all, Tetracon. After about 40 minutes of slamming my head into the wall, I realized Koromaru is literally immune to half of their moves, so I bring him along even though he's underleveled. And what do you know? I win on my first try with him in the party. I level up my Judgment SL to 5, and book it the fuck out of it. Welcome to Persona Every Day. Today's January 10th. Let's get going. I make sure to check the home shopping channel again, but since it's sold out, same as last week, I figure it's time to say farewell to Tanaka. Since we're off today, I do a bit of planning in terms of my social links, and realize I can finish both Fuka and Agus this month, and maybe Yukari if I'm lucky. I figure the best thing to do is to make sure Fuka can level up again, so I pull a fortune for her. I end the night by walking Koromaru, and run into Mamoru at the shrine. We talk for a bit before calling it. Welcome to Persona Every Day. Today's January 11th. Let's get going. After a quick restroom break, I stumble into the Velvet Room to commence Operation Finish the Fuking mission. I decide to summon a cheap priestess persona to help make Fuka's SL easier to complete, something I've almost entirely neglected this whole playthrough. I also summon a lover's persona just in case I have time for Yukari, but after summoning one half of my Aeon persona, I realize I'm out of money. So after selling my collection of swords and bows I'd saved up all game, I fused Dekarabia and Kaiwan to make Uriel, to aid in improving my relationship with Aegis. Since I can't hang with either girl today on account of it being an off day, I pull a Final Fortune for Fuka and hope she'll be ready this week. I end the night with some game panic with Thanatos. Welcome to Persona Everyday. Today's January 12th. Let's get going. After catching some shut-eye in class, I start to stress because Aegis, Yukari, and Fuka are all missing. After deliberating on whether to finish Maiko or not, I decided it'd be best if I just guaranteed success for Operation Finish the Fuking mission. I get back to the dorm, only to be whisked away by Junpei to Hagakure for some ramen. After placing our order and thanking Akihiko for buying for the group, he starts to read an article in a magazine, only to discover an expose on the Doomsday cult that's been brewing in the background. It turns out Takaya is the leader of the cult, even calling himself a messiah, truly befitting of the assassin Jesus. The article contains Takaya's preachings, which show he knows about Nyx, and instead of warning people about it, he tells them to embrace it as their salvation. Aegis hits us with a bit of nihilism, saying that death is inevitable even without Nyx, so that explains why civilians would follow Strega. Aki says we'll probably meet them in Tartarus, so we should prepare, and I do that by hitting up GP with Ryoji. Welcome to Persona Everyday. Today's January 13th. Let's get going. During lunch, Yukari and Aegis blit past me trying to get my attention. Since we're on a big time crunch, I meet Aegis up on the roof. She talks about the view, and says she much prefers this to the one in Yakushima. She says she didn't think about simple things like views before she came here, and asks my opinion on Tatsumi Port Island. I say I enjoyed here, because I genuinely do. She gets mushy and stares in my eyes for a second, before realizing it's the middle of January and I could get sick. Instead of staying warm back at the dorm, I walk Koromaru and run into Chihiro. She's still stalking me, it seems, but at least this time I learn a little bit about her. She apparently was attacked by a dog when she was younger. I've learned more about her personality here than in her entire social link. Welcome to Persona Everyday. Today's January 14th. Let's get going. It's Thursday, a day where Fuka and Aegis are busy, so I have to make do with Yukari. She scares me a little by setting up what looks to be a reversal cutscene, only to remind me of that time that I tried to hug her and she got mad at me. She apologizes for getting angry, and says she was actually glad that I showed up. She thanks me, and I tell her, anytime, and she giggles at me trying to be humble. We're dating now, I guess. Back at the dorm, I can't take Koro for walkies, so I hit up Gang Panic. I get a call from Yukari and set up a Sunday date, since that day's free for me as well. Yeah, about that, Fuka. Welcome to Persona Everyday. Today's January 15th. Let's get going. It's time for another Fuka Friday. We meet on the roof, and she apologizes for running away on me last week. Fuka says she panics when she has to make a decision because she can't seem to think positively, and asks how I'm able to do it. I tell her I don't really think about it, and she blushes, saying that's an attractive quality for her. She gives me the Fukiest confession possible, complete with crazy awkward answers. I accept, and move on to the meat of today, Tartarus. At the next boss floor, I find out the big scale likes to spam party-wide dine skills to target our weaknesses, and I figure I can get away with critting it to knock it down for a quick kill, but these few lucky crits from the first attempt are the last crits I ever land. With high dodge and Megidola own if I try to reflect, after a literal hour and 40 minutes of slamming my head into the wall and some grinding on a floor with gold hands, I decide to look up the boss on the wiki, and the only suggestions it has are to use my desperation move, Thunder Call. Even with it, I still die twice, but I make it out alive, and rank up to 6. Welcome to Persona Everyday. Today's January 16th. Let's get going. After class, I hang with Aegis. On our way to the strip mall, we get ambushed by a pack of wild dogs. Aegis says these are Koromaru's old friends, and they're worried about him. Specifically, they're mad at us for putting him in danger. Aegis tries to calm them down, but one of the dogs ends up biting her hand, hurting his teeth on account of her robotic structure. As the dogs run off, Aegis starts to express more of her, depression. She's experiencing feelings of self-doubt, saying she's not good enough because she's not fully robot or fully human. I tell her that's not true, as she just needs to be herself, and nothing else. She thanks me for that, and runs off to make sure Koro's friends know he's okay. Continuing with the dog-filled day, I take Koro for walkies with Mitsuru. She tells me she's grateful I invited her on the walk, as she needed a breather. It's a shame I couldn't do her social link in this playthrough. Welcome to Persona Everyday. Today's January 17th. Let's get going. Since I made plans with Yukari, we meet up at the mall. She says she feels awkward hanging out outside of school because someone might start rumors about us, but she realizes we're dating already, so that's worthless. I give her a red pine bonsai, and she seems disappointed. But bitch, do you know how expensive this shit is? With literally nothing else to do for the rest of the day, or next Sunday for that matter, I hit up GP with Thanatos. Welcome to Persona Everyday. Today's January 18th. Let's get going. Edagawa's subbing today. It's great to see him after so long. He's teaching about the ancient Greek magics, and tells us some of the legends and mythos. He even brings up Orpheus, the guy that ventured into Tartarus to bring his love back, but ultimately failed. Huh. Avoiding that awkward connection, I answer his question and move on to hang with Aigis, my friend. As we walk into the mall, we get stopped by an old lady asking if we can help look for her cat. She describes it, and it kinda sounds like that big cat that I had to feed, so I tell her I saw a cat over by the station. She leaves to look for it, and Aigis asks me if we can go pussy hunting as well. I say why not? There aren't many side quests to do this month anyway. We look all over Tatsumi Port Island, and don't find anything. Aigis starts to get sad, saying she feels useless, because she can't find life forms besides shadows. She seems a little bipolar though, as immediately after this, she mood swings to thank me for indulging her. She heads back to the dorm, and I head to GP. Welcome to Persona Everyday. Today's January 19th. Let's get going. Since Tuesday is the only day of the week I'm exclusively free, I decide to spend it perusing some of the wares that I'm too broke to buy. Upon remembering that Liz has a mission for me that could get me 5 million yen, I snag a fortune for Aigis with full intent to go into Tartarus. The fortune goes sour, however, costing me 5,000 yen and my health. Thank God for bathroom breaks. I decide to hunt the Reaper today, something I only ever did in base P5 with the pollen glitch. I get humbled almost immediately, but I get right back up for round 2. The only reason I'm even attempting this is because one of my commenters, Fishman573, said that the Thunder Call trick from the last boss is how I can farm the Reaper, so I figured I might as well give it a shot. When I start to get low on SP, I pop a Precious Egg, and Akihiko covers me twice with lucky crits. After about 20 minutes of spam, we clear him out, taking me to level 69. Wait, where's my bloody button? So it turns out, I forgot to grab the mission, and I spent another hour and a half trying to beat him again. But after getting Megi Dola owned out of nowhere, I call it quits. Welcome to Persona Everyday. Today's January 20th. Let's get going. While walking home with Aigis, we hear a cat meow coming from the alley, and since she's very worried about the missing kitty, we immediately investigate. I figured it was just the fat cat that I helped out, but because Aigis can speak to animals, we find out it is indeed Muley, the old lady's missing cat. We find the old lady at Polonia, and she thanks us for reuniting her with Muley. She mentions that she was lonely without her, and Aigis gets a lesson in learning how to live. The old lady leaves, and she tells me she thinks that living is something you can't do alone. You need someone by your side to help you through the troubles. She wonders, though, if she'll truly be able to do that in her robot body. Just kidding, I guess. She heads home, and I head to GP. Welcome to Persona Everyday. Today's January 21st. Let's get going. Mitsuru comes to us after class and asks for me and me alone to go with her. It's a little out of the ordinary, but it's completely understandable when she tells me that Junpei's girlfriend Chidori is actually alive. Apparently, she turned into a coffin during the first dark hour after she gave her life to Junpei, and Mitsuru was afraid of telling us in case she didn't actually pull through. Junpei overhears this and busts in to confirm she's alive before running off to the hospital. We follow him and wait outside while he has his moment. Chidorita doesn't remember anything from the past few years, and the doctor says this is a side effect of losing her persona. I guess fusing her life force with Junpei took away the bad memories, but Chidori gets mad when Junpei brings this up, saying they weren't bad memories. She actually dreamt of a warm, loving person. And she gets awkward after being asked what she would do if she met him. Mitsuru celebrates Chidori's revival.
2 hearts reunited. It's a miracle. No, it's a victory.
And I celebrated at GP. Welcome to Persona Everyday. Today's January 22nd. Let's get going. In math class, Ms. Miyahara says it's extremely unlikely that the world is going to end anytime soon. But I missed the rest of the lesson on account of my nap. Now it's just off to visit Fuka and... I can explain. Since I've been hanging with Aigis so much, Fuka got mad. And right now, looking at the math, I only have 1 day that I'd be able to skip for Aigis, barring something catastrophic. So, unfortunately, I'm gonna have to give up on the glorious Fuking mission. This only emboldens me though, as I now have free reign to complete the Toaster Link, which I do today by running into one of our Kohai. His name is Kiyoshi, and he bullied his grandma, the cat lady, into giving him money. Agus asks him his opinion on the meaning of life, and he gives the most frustrating answer I've ever heard. Party till you drop. He gets mad after asking Agus on a date, and realizing I look like a boyfriend, Agus gets embarrassed. By the way, unless specified, from now on, my nights will be at GP with Ryoji. Welcome to Persona Everyday. Today's January 23rd. Let's get going. I stop at the mall on the way home with Agus, and we run into Kiyoshi's grandmother. She says Muley's missing again, but this time it's for good. Muley's gone off to look for a place to lay to rest. This disturbs Agus, and as the cat lady goes to leave, she stops her to tell her she isn't alone. The lady chuckles and says that as long as there are people in the world, no one can truly be alone. Agus gets sent into a doom spiral, asking what purpose life serves if everyone's just gonna die. She runs back to the dorm, and I follow her, only to head to Tartarus. We made it to the next boss, 3 tortured simps, who immediately tear the team apart with Vorpal Blade. I try Thunder Call, but they're immune to Elec, so my instant win button's negated. I check my persona list and realize Giramekala repels Slash, so with a little help from that, attack mirrors, and the assigned target tactic, the girls and I clear this floor. Welcome to Persona Everyday. Today's January 24th. Let's get going. It's Sunday, which means there's nothing to do, so after hitting up GP in the bathroom, I head back into Tartarus. During this small climb to the next floor, Thanatos hits his max level and grants me his heart item, the Ring of Darkness. I also level up to 70, just before we hit floor 252, and the final boss in Tartarus, the Yodin of Grief. This fat bastard only takes damage from pierce attacks, and Megiddo skills, and he absorbs every other element. He also likes to enrage the party so that our double attacks heal him. Thankfully, I have 3 party members who are well versed in pierce attacks, and with Loki's Megiddola and Revolution, this long slogfest of a fight is broken down quickly. I even managed to avoid getting enraged myself until the last turn with my high agility. Upon defeat, we max out our Judgment Social Link, enabling me to fuse Messiah, the ultimate end goal. I've got my work cut out to go up 90 levels. We also hit a roadblock just 2 floors up. I wonder what that's about. Welcome to Persona Everyday. Today's January 25th. Let's get going. Miss Terauchi tells us in class that after this semester, she's leaving to go to India with her lover, husband. I never find out because I fell asleep. I wake up in the faculty office in the middle of my career counseling appointment. Miss Toriyumi asks me what I plan to do after high school, and my honest answer is, and was, college. She also mentions that I've matured, and when asked why, I bring up the death of Shinjiro. The game really did take a noticeable tone shift in October after all. Toriyumi thanks me for my time, and asks me to go fetch Agus. I find the femoid on the roof, and she vents about how much she's changed in just a short time, before begging me to bring her with when we fight Nyx. I tell her I wouldn't have it any other way, and she heads off for her career counseling. What I don't realize is that means she's busy. I now have zero clue if I'll be able to finish her SL in time, as she's only free Saturday and Sunday, and she's at rank 7. I decide to repair my relationship with Fuka instead, just to make sure we're not on bad terms before the big fight.
Now I want you to think about gaslighting and Stockholm Syndrome.
Welcome to Persona Everyday. Today's January 26th. Let's get going. I spend some time with Agus, but nothing happens. Meaning, it's officially over, guys. To blow off some steam and some anxiety, I head into Tartarus to try and reach my target of 90, but after a few failed attempts at the Reaper, and only going up 1 whole level after an hour of grinding, I decide to take one last shot at the Reaper, as I get the God rotation, where everyone moves before him. Unfortunately, I miss the second Thunder Call of the fight, and Akihiko dies, and since I don't have a healer because Yukari decided to attack instead of healing in a previous attempt, I never get to revive him. Meaning, it's only a matter of time until I get whacked with a Mugarudine, and call it quits for the day. Welcome to Persona Everyday. Today's January 27th. Let's get going. I run into Agus at lunch, and it seems like she has something important to tell me, so after school we head to her favorite spot, the roof. She apologizes for the last time we hung out, and asks me flat out if I've ever come to the roof with another girl. I tell her that I'm here right now with one, and she gets a bit flustered, before telling me she doesn't want to be the reason I can't get laid. I get a bit sad, as she tries so hard to tell me she loves me, but she's afraid she can't love because she's not fully human. Before I can tell her I love her, she runs off, leaving me alone on the roof. Welcome to Persona Everyday. Today's January 28th. Let's get going. It's our final English class. In January. Yeah, in January. To honor Miss Toriyumi, I take a nap. After class, Agus and I take a trip to the roof. She really likes this spot, huh? She reminisces on the past few weeks, since she became more human, and tells me she thinks she's learned what life is about. Unfortunately, while recording this section, I was on a phone call with a friend. So all my notes have to say is, and I quote, "She's afraid of losing me. That's life. Yap goddess." I look up from my phone call just in time to see Aigus confess her love to me. She says she loves me so much she feels like she might break. The game doesn't even give me a choice. It knows I'm gonna hug this girl. And after awkwardly breaking away from the hug, Aigus says we should get back home. Separately, of course. Welcome to Persona Everyday. Today's January 29th. Let's get going. At lunch, Aigus blips past me, as I have plans for our final Friday. Our final Fuka Friday. I'm actually pretty pissed at myself for not being able to finish her link. There were a lot of weeks in December and January that I just couldn't hang with her, or had to hang with someone else out of necessity. And it's an even bigger kick in the teeth when I find out she still would have needed at least 3 more hangouts. Yeah, I don't think that's gonna happen. At night, I decide to take Koromaru for a walk, and wouldn't you know it, the whole gang is here. This scene's really cool, the calm before the storm, or one last good memory. However it plays out, it's something I hope stays for Reload. Welcome to Persona Everyday. Today's January 30th. Let's get going. Aigus invites me to her room today, and I have to say, this room is, fashionable. Aigus tells me I don't have to sugarcoat it, though, as even she's realized it isn't normal to have this many boxes of bullets. She says she's realized that the lyrics to the game's opening are how she feels, and she sings them to me before literally screwing me. She says she wants me to hold on to a literal part of her, and I max my new robot wife, allowing me to make Metatron. Before I can leave to summon him, though, Aigus asks one final request of me. She wants me to touch her heart, physically. The ribbon she wears hides a papillon heart, the center of all of her emotions. By touching it, it imprints my skin oils and DNA into her body. It's actually a way more emotional thing than it sounds. After spending some time with Aigus, I head over to Polonia for the last time, and win myself a Jack Frost doll for good luck. Friends till the end.
Yee-hoo!
Welcome to Persona Everyday. Today's January 31st, and it's a full moon. Normally this would be a YouTube short, but because of the gravitas of this day, and the overwhelming amount of footage, I decided to upload it as a slightly longer video. We meet in the lounge, where Yukari brings up the fact that since we're getting rid of the Dark Hour, we're going to be getting rid of our memories as well. Junpei has a plan though, and says that we should all make a promise to meet up on graduation day, even if we do forget our time has ceased. Everyone agrees, and off to Tartarus we go. On our way up, Fuka lets us know that Strega is here, and after leveling up to 72, we encounter Jin on floor 258. He drops a bombshell, saying that the Kirijo group is actually the reason Strega exists at all. We tear our way through him, and he explains more in detail what he, Chidori, and Takaya have in common. This wastes our time, however, and we're quickly surrounded by shadows, and are forced to the next floor before we can help Jin. He doesn't go down without a fight, as we hear an explosion behind us. On our way up to fight Takaya, I decide to get some grinding in to prepare for the fights ahead of us, landing me right at lucky level 77. On floor 262, we encounter Takaya, who gives us some more Jesus talk before Junpei...
I'm not dying so you can have a friggin' nightlight!
Anyway, after an explanation of what life is, courtesy of the tin can, we put the mitts on Takaya, granting us access to the roof of Tartarus. Nyx descends onto us, and I'll cut the mystic mumbo-jumbo as it really only serves to pad the video.
Yes, the Arcana is the means by which all is revealed.
Look, after 15 hours of hearing this boss, I've gotta say, it's more grating than...
There's no way you're taking Kairi's heart!
I fight through 14 phases countless times, to the point I actually know them by their Arcana. Each phase is actually a copy of another Tartarus boss, which is really cool in theory, but I'm scared to think about how this will work in Reload. My biggest gripe with this fight, aside from the fact that each attempt takes roughly 45 minutes to an hour, is that you can't get one-mores on Nyx, but it can one-more you. I intended to land the final blow with Jack Frost, but I got enraged at the last second, and I don't have it in me to replay this boss for the clip. Not right now, at least. For context, this is being recorded, edited, and scripted at 2:46 a.m. on January 31st. After beating Nyx, I get thrown into a classic endgame cutscene, where all of my friends come together and share their energy with me, Spirit Bomb style, to help me defeat Nyx. I float upward into the moon, to face the final act of the game, the Death Egg. It nukes me to 1 HP, and the only ability I have costs all of my HP, so my friends come together, even from beyond the grave, to help me. I seal Nyx, ending the Dark Hour forevermore. We cut to the end of Evangelion, where everyone worries over whether I lived or not, but Ryoji tells him not to fret, as we've created our miracle. I'm gonna need a good long rest after this one. Welcome to Persona Every Day. Today's March 3rd. Welcome back, everyone.
Yo!
It's been a long month, let me tell you. Thankfully, we're back, and Junpei seems his usual self. We run into Aigis on our way into school, but it seems like we don't remember her. We've forgotten almost the entirety of the past year, including meeting all of our friends. It's kind of depressing, but we were warned. After class, I go around meeting up with everyone I maxed. Kenji's just as creepy as ever, talking about how there's new teachers coming for next semester. Chihiro gives me an honest-to-goodness confession after telling me she plans to join student council again next year. To my surprise, Yuko dumps me to focus more on schooling and her future. I stop by the faculty office to speak to Toriyumi, and because I dropped my phone, she figures out I'm Tatsuya, complete with this adorable pout. I end the day by speaking with Akinari's mom, and hearing his final message, before being given the advice to love those closest to you while you can. Welcome to Persona Every Day. Today's March 4th. Let's get going. After class, I wander around the school a bit, looking for some of my friends, but everyone seems to be off doing their own thing. I decide that with my last free day before graduation day, I should pay my respects to Game Panic for helping me out through this year. I come home to an empty dorm, and decide to hit the hay. Welcome to Persona Every Day. Today's March 5th, the Promise Day. Aigis comes to my room early in the morning, and teary-eyed, she tells me she remembers everything, including the promise we made in January to meet up today. At school, some of the seniors are giving speeches, and Mitsuru, our valedictorian, is called to the podium. As she gives her graduation speech, she stumbles over her words, specifically when speaking on her father's passing.
I remember.
Upon digging through the depths of her memory, Mitsuru remembers everything. As she delivers her speech, the rest of our friends rediscover their memories, and head to the roof to meet with Aigis and I. On the roof, I'm too tired to move, so I lay my head on Aigis' lap. She thanks me for teaching her what it means to live, and the tears return as she looks at me. I tell her not to cry, and we hear the rest of the gang coming up the stairs.
Don't worry. I will always be by your side, protecting you.
Until my life 一度君に会えると信じ一人迷い雨の夜待ち続けて忘れないよ駆け抜けた夜をまだ行く輝くひとときみんなと一緒だったかけがえのない時と知らずに私は過ごしていた今はただ大切に忍ぶよ I will embrace the feeling 君はね確かにあの時私のそばにいたいつだっていつだっていつだってすぐ横で笑っていたなくしても取り戻す君を I will never leave you 儚くたゆたう世界を君の手で守ったから今はただ翼を畳んでゆっくり眠りなさい永遠の安らぎに包まれて Love through all eternity 優しく見守る私のこの手で眠りなさい笑ってた泣いてた怒ってた君のこと覚えている忘れないいつまでも決して Until my life is exhausted まだ行く輝くひとときみんなと一緒だったかけがえのない時と知らずに私は過ごしていた今はただ大切に忍ぶよ I will embrace the feeling 君はね確かにあの時私のそばにいたいつだっていつだって